honored to have you join us here for this important commemoration. We gathered today in the Kennedy Caucus Room of the Russell Senate Office Building, but we recognize that we're in the region which was the ancestral lands of the Nacotchtank, the Piscataway, Kainai, Pamunkey, and Manahoac peoples. This is Washington, D.C. Everybody claims it. But we gather acknowledging that this is ancestral land of the native peoples. And we gather to tell stories that are all too often ignored, misunderstood, or turned into myths that people believe that are far from reality. My name is Jane Campbell, and I have the honor of serving as the President and CEO of the United States Capitol Historical Society. To set the day in a good mode, we are going to pause for a moment of reflection from Larry Wright, Jr. Mr. Wright is an enrolled member of the Ponca tribe of Nebraska, served as tribal chairman for 11 years, and is currently the executive director of the National Congress of American Indians, which describes itself as the oldest, largest, and most representative American Indian and Alaska Native organization serving the broad interests of tribal governments and communities. In this position, Mr. Wright is responsible for managing the organization's day-to-day success and its public education arm. He's a military veteran and a former social studies teacher from Lincoln, Nebraska. Mr. Wright.
She should have said recovering social studies teacher. Still working on that. But it's an honor to be here this morning, an honor to be asked to give the invocation. I'll say this in my language and I'll translate. And so with all due respect, just ask you to pray in your own way while I do this. So thank you. Oho Wakanda. Denanda han udani. Omba de Wadaik te ishti wiblo han shidade. Shidego wongi de gatik te wiblo han shidade. Ponkanga de bluga, the on wagidaga. Nyonshiga uke de wongi de ekitahan wadombaga. Alia jubakti, hagatik te wiblo han shidade. Nyonshinga uke de wongi de ekitahan wadombaga. Idado Ulake ahigi Udaikte Wiblaham. Great Spirit, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the blessings that you bestow upon us. We thank all of those that made this day possible, bring us together to learn about our past and talk about our future. We thank you for the strength and guidance that you give us. I say a special prayer for all my people, my Ponca people, all of our tribal nations, all those that come together and work on our behalf to help our sovereignty, help our people, and pray for strength and guidance. And thank you for all these blessings. Gatega, Wiblahan, Sheno. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. We look forward to hearing more from you this afternoon on the panel. Now, some of you were with us last night and some of you weren't, so this story will sound familiar. But I want to tell you something just to put it all in perspective. Ann Richards was governor of Texas, and she was speaking to a group of us when we were young elected officials. And she said, you know what? People, you have to say something 12 times before people hear it. So if you're hearing it for this story for the second time, you know, you're only partway there. 5 years ago, I was the newly appointed CEO of the Capitol Historical Society. So one of the things you do when you're new is you go around and you talk to the leaders. One of those leaders was Congressman Tom Cole, who was one of our congressional advisors. At the time, he was the ranking member of the Rules Committee. And so he sat down with me and he questioned me about my plans and what were we going to do at the Historical Society. It was 2019. I told him that we were planning a symposium in 2020 to recognize the fact that women had earned the right to vote. And we wanted to look at the struggle for the right to vote and the impact of women having the right to vote. And he looked at me and he said, look, I'm good with women voting. I think that's a fine thing. My mother was in the Oklahoma legislature. I'm all about it. But I want you to promise me that in 2024, you will do something equally significant to commemorate the 100th anniversary of my people earning the right to vote. And that was the beginning of this symposium. And so today's event is part of the delivery on that promise. He then gave me a handful of books to read. He's a PhD historian who was a professor turned congressman. Here, take these home and read them, including at that time, Killers of the Flower Moon, which nobody had heard of. So I've learned a lot. Today we come together to commemorate the Indian Citizenship Act, or the Schneider Act, which many of us had an opportunity to see at the National Archives. And they are displaying it for this period of time, so that if you haven't been there and you have an opportunity to go see it, it's in the Rubenstein Gallery of Rights. Now, in 1924, when the Snyder Act was passed, it granted citizenship to Native Americans born within the territorial limits of the United States and extended the 15th Amendment, which granted citizens the right to vote, and thereby created indigenous suffrage. It would be a vast oversimplification to say that the Schneider Act guaranteed American Indians access to the polls across the country. It has taken the civil rights movement and years of continuing activity to try to secure those rights, and the work is not done. It would also be an oversimplification to say that the Schneider Act resolved the inherent difficult and important tensions between the concepts of citizenship and sovereignty. And these debates continue to this day and will be represented in the conversations. These 5 years have been a real education for me and for our team, and we've benefited greatly from our advisory committee, who we want to acknowledge, the Honorable Dan Boren, Kitki Carroll, Sophia Dero, Andre Jacobs, Maria Maribel Bunch, Heidi Todicini, and Hillary Tompkins. And we're grateful for all of them for helping us put this together. We are also grateful for our partners who have invested in this program, our presenting partner, Wells Fargo, our platinum partner, the Chickasaw Nation, our bronze partner, McGuire Woods, and the American Historical Association, each of which have made contributions to this effort. At some point today, I'm going to introduce you to a very special young woman who did the art that is on the program. So look at the art and know that we are going to meet Cedar Hunt, who is a high school student from Montana, who entered her art into the Congressional Art Competition and won the Montana's first district. And she's even bringing her mother. So we will see her at some point and acknowledge her. We also want to thank Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and the Senate Rules Committee for making this room available to us. So now I would like to invite to the podium our first panel on Native American citizenship, suffrage, and sovereignty in history. Joining us today are two distinguished scholars, Dr. Lila Teeters-Knoll and Dr. David J. Silverson. Dr. Knoll is a lecturer in Harvard University's History and Literature program. She holds degrees from Vassar College, from Columbia University, and the University of New Hampshire. In 2021, Lila was a J. Willard Hurst Fellow with the American Society for Legal History and the University of Wisconsin Law School, as well as a recipient of the Charlotte W. Newcomb Fellowship with the Institute for Citizens and Scholars. Her current project is entitled Native Citizens, the Fight Over Native American Citizenship in the U.S., 1887 to 1924. David Silverman is a professor of history at George Washington University, where he has taught since 2003. He's the author of several books on Native American, colonial American, and American racial history, including This Land is Their Land, the Wampanoag Indians, Plymouth Colony, and the Troubled History of Thanksgiving, which was published in 2019, and Thundersticks, Firearms and the Violent Transformation of Native America, which appeared under the Harvard University Press in 2016. He is currently writing a new book about Indigenous people and race-making in the United States history. Would you please welcome these distinguished scholars to the stage? We will hear their presentations, and then we will have an opportunity for questions. So, what? No, I'm going to sit right there, so I'll be able to see you.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for having me here today. I really consider it an honor to be here and amongst these scholars and activists. I've already learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to the conversations that happen over the course of the day. So as Jane said, I'm primarily a legal historian, and my specialty is the passage of the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act, also known as the Snyder Act. And when I started doing research into this legislation, the predominant understanding, at least among legal historians, was that by 1924, Native American citizenship in the US was relatively uncontroversial, and that Congress passed the legislation as a type of belated, patriotic response to Native American service during World War I. That citizenship was a belated gift to Native American people. And indeed, if you look at the congressional record of the debates surrounding the 1924 Act, you'll likely be convinced of this interpretation. There was hardly any debate over the 1924 Act. And the legislation was supported by the Department of the Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and some of the most well-known Native Americans at the time, including Charles Eastman, Arthur Parker, Carlos Montezuma. It seemed as if there was this consensus that the time had come for Native American citizenship. But when we look beyond the immediate passage of the 1924 legislation, it's clear just how controversial Native American citizenship was in the United States in the decade preceding the Snyder Act. So, for example, in the winter of 1923, many congressional representatives and Native American activists came to DC to form a committee of 100 to reflect on the state of Native American policy and to make recommendations to Congress and the Secretary of the Interior. In their final report, they noted that the American populace was largely in support of Native American citizenship. But they also noted, quote, the cold fact that every time a bill conferring citizenship has been introduced in Congress, Indians themselves have led in opposing them, end quote. The evidence, they said, was in congressional archives. And of course, historians and activists within Native communities have always known the duality of American citizenship. That on one hand, citizenship is a powerful tool that comes with essential rights that can help bolster sovereignty, but that it also can be coercive and threatening to sovereignty. So in my allotted time today, I thought I would talk a little bit about the controversy surrounding Native American citizenship in the lead up to 1924 as a way to understand why some Native Americans and some non-Natives thought that US citizenship was the best path forward for Native American nations and why others opposed it. And then I'll also sort of gesture towards how those debates continue to shape suffrage debates over the course of the 20th century. So as I alluded to, there are plenty of people who supported the legal and social integration of Native Americans into the American body politic. The primary indigenous activists were members of the Society of American Indians, which was a pan-Indian reform organization founded in 1911, and it worked closely with non-Native reform groups, Congress, and the Bureau to address corruption, policy changes, and the general well-being of Native American nations and individuals. They spent a lot of time in these halls. For many of the leaders of the society, such as President Charles Eastman, citizenship in the US was the best way to protect and ensure the future of Native Americans. For citizenship would open up greater access to the courts, would allow many Native Americans to serve on juries, and would make suffrage a greater possibility. They traveled around the nation, galvanizing non-Native Americans to write to their congressional leaders, urging them to support Native American citizenship. As society member, Chickasaw citizen, and US Congressman from Oklahoma, Charles Carter wrote, "Citizenship would be a, quote, simple act of justice to render to the Indian that which has long been due to him," end quote. Their efforts were incredibly successful. I really think that they are the linchpin in turning non-Native American sentiment pro-Native American citizenship in this period. And their efforts led to the passage of the 1919 Indian Veterans Act, which allowed Native veterans to apply for US citizenship. The other group eager to make Native American citizens was US congressional representatives. Before the 1924 Act, the primary way for Native Americans to become citizens was through the Dawes Act, or the General Allotment Act of 1887. This piece of legislation was determined to break up tribal reservations, tribal communities, and communally held lands. This was conceived of as a definite and purposeful blow to tribal sovereignty and tribal nations. I believe Dr. Silverman will talk more about the Dawes Act. Yes? Okay. But I just want to give you a brief overview of it so you can understand the importance. The act would allot each tribal member or head of family a specific parcel of land, and importantly, that allotment would be held in trust by the US government for 25 years, during which time the land would be immune from local and state taxation. The act also made allottees citizens of the United States. It's hard to overstate the effect of this legislation. Conceived as an assimilatory, progressive piece of legislation, it led to millions of land loss. And it attempted to strip Native Americans of their cultures and land practices. In 1906, Congress altered the terms of the Dawes Act through the Burke Act. We're going to get into some legal weeds here, but I urge you to stay with me. While the Dawes Act made Native American allottees citizens upon receiving the allotment, the 1906 Act delayed that until the trust period for the individual land allotment was terminated, meaning that now citizenship, taxation, and the end of the trust relationship, the personal trust relationship, all coincided at one moment. You could only become a citizen once you received the patent and fee for your allotment and you became vulnerable to taxation. Congress also declared that the 25-year trust period could be terminated early, so long as the Secretary of the Interior approved. So this meant that the Secretary could declare a Native American individual ready for citizenship, which would terminate the trust provision on an allotted land early, which would then make them liable to state and local taxation. And this could be done without an individual's consent or application for citizenship, and it could be done against their explicit wishes. For congressmen who lived in states with large Native American populations, particularly those that had been allotted, they now had the potential to open up a new, incredibly large tax base. And these congressmen were constantly hearing from constituents and their state government counterparts about how difficult it was for non-Native citizens to fund local governments in areas opened by the Dawes Act quote-unquote surpluses. Congress was being pushed by their constituents to release Indian land to taxation, and the Burke Act seemingly gave the Secretary of the Interior permission to do just that. So in other words, for many Native Americans, citizenship came to look like just another way to take Native American lands out of Indigenous possession. By 1917, it was Bureau policy to release Native Americans as quickly as possible from the trust, to make them citizens, to give them their patent and fee, to make them vulnerable to taxation. And citizenship was thus a way to appease citizens who were ideologically committed to Native American citizenship, right? Who saw Native Americans as being essential to American identity, and those who were driven by more material concerns. Against this backdrop, it's probably very easy to see the opposition to citizenship. And I want to emphasize in this next part about how Native American activism really changed citizenship policy in the United States. First, this will come as no surprise, there was sustained objection to impose citizenship because of the tax obligations that came along with it. And I want to be clear, this wasn't just shirking of small tax bills. These were large tax bills, and these tax bills and forced patenting, as this process came to be known, was incredibly destructive. Many Native Americans could not afford the taxes and would lose their land or other property as a result. Communities had counted on the 25-year trust period as a way to bolster resources and establish revenue. On some reservations, up to 90% of land that was forced patented would be lost. Resistance to forced patenting, to the early release of the trust and the imposition of citizenship was swift. The forced patents would appear by US certified mail, which often led to extended standoffs between Native American individuals and postal workers. And then also we have numerous court cases coming out of Indian country to fight forced patenting, which are ultimately successful. And by 1922, the courts have decided that forced patenting is an illegal process. Every citizenship bill introduced between 1887 and 1922 had allotment provisions included in it. Citizenship in this period was intimately tied with allotment and assimilation. But Native Americans, whether they were for or against citizenship, maintained Indigenous peoples' right to their culture and histories. And allotment threatened many tribal nations' ability to practice fully their cultures and to memorialize their histories. And of course, allotment would lead to taxation. One of the loudest and effective advocates against allotment in the name of cultural sovereignty was Pablo Abeda of the Pueblo people. He met with congressional representatives repeatedly to reject citizenship because of the repeated reliance on allotment and the assimilation it represented. The Pueblo worked with many famous artists, including D.H. Lawrence, to publicize their protests, and this led to Congress abandoning at least 2 citizenship bills. It created a PR nightmare for Congress. And the last rejection of citizenship that I want to cover in this time came from the Haudenosaunee, or the Iroquois, and they're probably the most well-known for their rejection of US citizenship. And they rejected it based on political sovereignty and international law. Their tribal councils wrote many letters to Congress, personally or through lawyers, reminding Congress that imposing citizenship upon them would be a violation of their tribal sovereignty, a violation of treaties, an assault on international law. As one lawyer reminded Congress, quote, "They are independent nations, and they still have complete control over their internal affairs," end quote. The legacy of World War I hung heavy in these protests. One lawyer for the Haudenosaunee wrote, quote, "We proclaimed but yesterday the right of weak peoples to self-determination. We denounced but yesterday other peoples who broke their written treaties solemnly made and waged war on them for the deed. Were we hypocrites in search only for world praise?" End quote. The Haudenosaunee threatened to tie these issues up in courts. Lawsuits filed or threatened, public protests, the uproar made by these type of bills made passing Indian citizenship nearly impossible, as the Committee of 100 recognized in 1923. When the 1924 Act passed, it passed not because it was uncontroversial, but because it was done so swiftly and quietly, and it was a much different piece of legislation than what Congress had previously envisioned. There are 4 main changes I want to highlight. 1, the Citizenship Act did not remove tax protections early. 2, it did not have any sort of continued allotment provision in it. 3, it did not affect tribal citizenship status or claims to tribal property. And 4, it contained no cultural assimilation provisions, although I do want to recognize that obviously assimilationist pressures would continue and continue today. Of course, citizenship was still imposed, was still non-consensual, but it would be up to the next generation of Indigenous Americans to leverage that citizenship to not only preserve Indian sovereignty, but to strengthen it, and to fight for greater suffrage rights in the nation that declared them citizens. In a particularly cruel bit of irony, the very victories of 1924, the exclusion of early taxation provisions, and the continued ability to claim tribal status would become some of the major ways that states would try to limit Native American sovereignty. And so this is a fight that would continue from 1924 and that we're living with today. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm honored to be on this program today with such luminaries, and I'm also humbled this morning, aware that I'm addressing a history that some of the people in this room have lived and whose ancestors have lived. I'd like to begin this morning by offering a theoretical and historical framework for approaching the subject of the Indian Citizenship Act. My theoretical framework, which I offer for those here and online who are unfamiliar with Indian country, is that Native Americans are not just another American racial or ethnic group, like African Americans, Asian Americans, Jewish Americans, or Irish Americans, for 2 central reasons. One is that they are indigenous, which is to say, they were here first. As such, they did not come into the United States voluntarily. The vast majority of them never asked to join it as full members. White people imposed the country on them. The history of Native peoples' relations with the United States has involved a constant struggle to defend the inherent sovereignty that comes with being indigenous. And by that I mean the right to self-governance, recognized territorial boundaries, and the power to engage with other foreign states. Put another way, the focus of Native peoples' aspirations, unlike, say, African Americans, has not been equal rights with white people, though most of them today certainly expect that status, but the exercise of the greatest sovereignty possible. The second central reason that Native people differ from other American racial and ethnic groups is that they are organized into polities, tribal nations, that govern their members and their territory, though the United States does not permit them to engage in foreign relations like other sovereign powers. These tribal nations exist not only by virtue of their members' inherent indigenous rights, but by virtue of recognition by the United States through Senate-ratified treaties, which under the Constitution are the supreme law of the land, and by Supreme Court rulings. Thus, tribal nations engage in government-to-government relations with the federal government, which makes Native people different than any other group in America. Against that background, I'd like to devote the rest of my time here to discussing the historical background to the Indian Citizenship Act, by contending that in the century plus preceding the Indian Citizenship Act, Native people experienced the granting of U.S. citizenship as a tool by which white people dispossessed and subjugated them, not as a gift promising equality and opportunity. From the country's very founding, U.S. authorities voiced the desire to Christianize, civilize, and absorb Native people into the nation in the hope that this offer would encourage Indians to surrender their land and authority voluntarily. American leaders also hoped that this program would lead posterity, which is to say us, to see some moral purpose in the country's expansion at Native expense. Precious few Native people took up the offer, not only because they found it unattractive on its face, but because they had witnessed white Americans' exploitation and even extirpation of Christian civilized Indians who tried, a pattern that stretched back into the 17th century, and I'd be happy to elaborate on that pattern in our discussion. In other words, from the start, Native people saw the fundamental problem in the utopian dreams of white reformers for Indian assimilation and citizenship. The main obstacle was not Indian opposition, formidable as it was, but the unwillingness of most white Americans to treat those they deemed as racial inferiors with dignity, never mind equality, no matter how culturally similar they were. This pattern played out repeatedly throughout the 19th century. The most glaring early examples came during the Indian removal period. Our histories of that dark chapter tend to overlook that most removal treaties, which were designed to make the process look voluntary, contain provisions to allow Native people to remain back east if they took up private property, accepted state law, and became citizens. Though a handful of moneyed elite Indians, generally of white ancestry, made good on this offer, the vast majority who took up the offer suffered plunder and murder at the hands of white mobs. This was the case, for example, for thousands of Creeks or Muskogees, whom Southern whites robbed of 2 million allotted acres and then drove west of the Mississippi in chains, in what can only be called an orgy of violence. 5,000 Choctaws, representing a quarter of their tribe, also suffered whites fleecing them of their allotments and the opportunity to remain in their natal homeland. State governments helped to orchestrate this pillage, while the federal government stood by and did nothing. The only place where Indians successfully became citizens was Wisconsin. There, several hundred Brothertown Indians and Stockbridge Mohicans took the citizenship and private property option, which they called becoming white, rather than relocate to Kansas, having already migrated from southern New England to escape white persecution. Some of them were confident that their status as civilized Christians equipped them to compete in white society, despite the obstacles of white race prejudice. Most of them spoke and wrote English. They governed their own churches. They ran sawmills, grist mills, farms, and logging operations. Quite a number of them had a command of white law. 3 of the Brothertown Indians would go on to serve in the Wisconsin legislature. Yet many of them came to regret the transition to citizenship, as white creditors, the taxman, and hucksters zeroed in on their allotments. 3 years into the experiment, most of the Stockbridge Mohicans petitioned to return their citizenship and revert back to the legal status as Indians. They have all their lives been called Indians, the Stockbridges appealed to Congress. It is their desire to continue, adding that their natures and their dispositions can no more be changed than their skins be made white and transparent. The Stockbridges did return their citizenship and managed to secure another reservation, which they retain to this day. The Brothertowns, who remained citizens, lost everything. In a state with a seal containing the Latin saying, "Civilization replaces barbarism," and depicting an Indian hunter retreating westward in the face of a white man guiding a plow. The pattern continued throughout the 19th century in the Midwest and the northern portion of federal Indian Territory, Kansas. Repeatedly, Native people facing dispossession tried to parlay the acceptance of private property and citizenship into the right to remain where they were. Hence, for example, the eponymously named Citizen Potawatomis of Oklahoma. By and large, not entirely, but by and large, the Native people who made these attempts were of mixed Indian white backgrounds, which they hoped would provide them with some measure of acceptance by the white majority. Their attempts are written across maps of this era in places called half-breed tracts. They're all over the Midwest. One enrolled member of the Kaw tribe, Charles Curtis, would parlay the profits from his half-breed allotment into a fortune that would contribute to him becoming a federal senator from Kansas and ultimately vice president under Herbert Hoover. Almost no one has heard of this guy, even among historians. That begs some conversation. Most Native people, though, found that citizenship was an empty promise. There were very few Charles Curtises out there. The United States intended reservations to be way stations on the road to assimilation, private property, and citizenship, not permanent homelands. But these places didn't function the way the US intended. In actuality, the federal government failed miserably in making these places reasonably decent places to live. It did not provide sufficient food to sustain people who could no longer support themselves through traditional means. Nor did it provide adequate farming implements and livestock to promote the transition to farming. It did not provide anywhere near sufficient medical care for people ravaged by diseases that preyed on their malnutrition, frayed psychologies, and poor sanitation. Its agents routinely bilked the people they were supposed to protect. And perhaps worst of all, and this is closely related to the issues of citizenship, The government did next to nothing as surrounding whites plundered the reservations of livestock, fencing, and firewood, trespassed on grazing lands, and trafficked in liquor. In other words, Native people could see plainly that the law bound but did not protect Indians, while it protected but did not bind whites. The government's plan to assimilate Indians toward incorporating them as citizens included forcing Native children to attend boarding schools, some on the reservations, others very far away. In these places, white authorities subjected the children to a daily regimen of military drills, roll calls, work details, and corporal punishment, with little time for rest and leisure. None of this resembled mainstream white American life. This was not preparation for participation in white America. The education was rudimentary and outrightly white supremacist, including the relentless message that the students' backgrounds were savage and inferior. Health conditions were abysmal, marked by sickness and death from communicable diseases at rates the government never would have tolerated for white people. Following school, most Native alums found no more acceptance in white society than if they had never attended school in the first place, and little opportunity to apply the skills they had learned on the reservation. It was during the reservation and boarding school regimes that Congress passed the Dawes Act of 1887 and the Curtis Act of 1898, named after the aforementioned Charles Curtis himself, to speed along the Indian transition to private property and citizenship. The Dawes Act authorized the division of Indian reservations into tracts, usually of 160 acres or less, and the allotment of those parcels among Native individuals. As we've already heard, there would be a 25-year restriction on the allottee selling the tracts to provide time for him or her to learn how to manage the land as a source of capital. Once that interim period elapsed, each Indian would receive a fee patent, lifting all restrictions on alienation, mortgages, and leases. From then on, again, just to repeat the point, and you have to say these things 12 times, the title holder would be responsible to pay property taxes and run the risk of having the tract confiscated for debt. Furthermore, he or she would become an American citizen. If the government judged the allottee to have become civilized before the end of the 25-year wait, he or she could be granted unrestricted ownership and citizenship early. As for the remaining undivided lands of the reservation, the government would purchase this surplus from the tribe and keep most of the proceeds as an interest-bearing account to fund its civilization programs, including the boarding schools. I find it a strange species of cruelty to have forced people to fund what amounted to the kidnapping and cultural reprogramming of their own children. As if to twist the knife further, the government's plan was to sell the Indian surplus territory to white homesteaders. The idea here was that by the time Indians became private property holding citizens, they would be enveloped by white society and ready to join it. Allotment legislation had been in the works for years as white reformers concluded that the reservations were failing to turn Indians into civilized yeomen, and as white economic interests zeroed in on the natives' remaining profitable resources. As early as 1876, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs was already questioning, and I quote, whether any high degree of civilization is possible without individual ownership of land, a notion that was reflective of the teachings of that era's anthropology. Over the next several years, white progressives who styled themselves as Friends of the Indians, gathering at an annual conference at Lake Mohonk in the upper Hudson River Valley, turned this principle into a mantra. In one of the conference series' more memorable speeches, Merrill E. Gates, the president of Amherst College, declared, "We," by which he meant white reformers, "must make the Indian more intelligently selfish before we can make him unselfishly intelligent. We need to awaken in him wants. Discontent with the teepee and the starving rations of the Indian camp in winter is needed to get the Indian out of the blanket and into trousers, and trousers with a pocket in them, and in a pocket that aches to be filled with dollars." Massachusetts Senator Henry Dawes, whose surname became synonymous with allotment, sensed little ache of this sort when he visited the Cherokees in 1885. One Cherokee officer boasted to him, and I quote, that there was not a family in the whole Cherokee nation that had not a home of its own. There was not a pauper in the nation, and the nation did not owe a dollar. It built its own capital and built its own schools and hospitals. In other words, leave us alone. But Dawes was unimpressed by the shared security afforded by the Cherokees' communal principles. They have gone as far as they could go, he judged, because they own their land in common. Consistent with the ideology of his Republican Party, Dawes wanted to see individuals striving for wealth to create a rising economic sea that lifted all boats. Practically every commissioner of Indian Affairs, from the late 19th through the early 20th centuries, agreed wholeheartedly with him, as did the vast majority of the many organizations created by the Friends of the Indians. Most Native spokesmen, and more than a few whites, including in Congress, insisted that this legislation would prove to be nothing more than a massive plundering of Indian land, and they were correct. It did not take 25 years after allotment for the pillage to begin, because during the interim period, the government repeatedly granted citizenship and the right to sell the land to Indians it deemed competent, which usually meant nothing more than those of mixed white Indian backgrounds. There had been more than 155 million acres of Indian land in 1881. By 1934, that number was 48 million. So 155 million acres to 48. 2/3 of Native people were left either completely landless or so land poor that they could not earn a subsistence. They became minorities on their own reservations, nowhere more so than in federal Indian territory promised to the removed tribes forever, where by 1907, when Oklahoma became a state, the number of whites stood at almost 550,000 compared to 80,000 African Americans and just 61,000 Native people. Superintendent of Indian Affairs, Charles Burke, surveying the wreckage in 1923, lamented, "A race of landlords has been transformed into a race of tenants." What I'm saying here is that the Allotment Act and the Allotment Acts and their supporting legislation had not turned Indians into white citizens. Instead, these measures became yet another example of how power in white America involved exploiting Native people with impunity while claiming to act in their benefit, reducing them to destitution, and then blaming them for the results. Virtually no white people during this entire era conceived of a system like we have now, in which tribal nations have secure land bases, exercise self-government, and practice their religious and cultural lives however they choose. Now, that vision almost certainly existed in the minds of some Native people before 1924, but not as a realistic political possibility, because whites simply would not consider it. The range of options were very, very narrow. Throughout American history, as far back as the colonial era, most white Americans had responded to Native American difference, quite frankly, with campaigns to exterminate them. The only dissenting voices from white America came from progressives of the day who conceived that Indians who became Christian and civilized could become citizens with all the same rights and responsibilities as white people. And here's the rub. These reformers would not confront that most of their fellow white Americans would not grant Native people that option. Nor would they consider the United States tolerating Native people living in their own way, on their own land, protected from white exploitation. They considered such a course to be just a slower path to extinction than outright extermination. The desperation of Native people in the face of these limited options, I contend, largely explains why some of them, like the acculturated, formally educated, and professionally accomplished Native people who founded the Society of American Indians in 1911, advocated for the Indian Citizenship Act. It helps to explain why some Native veterans of World War I did so too. Their options were meager. The only alternative they could conceive to the destitution of reservation life was full incorporation into the United States. I'll close just by noting, today things are different. The result of generations of Native American activism, lawyering, lobbying, and sheer resilience. It's also a result of at least enough white people being willing to listen. But I fear for the future. The current era's combination of Indian sovereignty and citizenship exists at the sufferance of an American majority and the will of Congress. I contend that the current status quo is not based on informed, principled public commitment to Indian self-determination, but instead on a passive acceptance of a state of affairs handed to us by lawmakers and activists in the 1970s. Most Americans know nothing about the history I've discussed here this morning. Most Americans know nothing about the current state of Indian country and its place within American federalism. Even if Americans did possess this knowledge, I fear that a sizable portion of them would revert to the position of reformers in the 19th and early 20th century, that Native American difference is unacceptable and even dangerous, or that Native American sovereignty is somehow a special handout rather than an inherent indigenous right. My pessimism is grounded in an awareness of this country's history and the current state of our society. Thanks.
Well, you've certainly given us much to think about. This is our moment to have questions. If you from the audience have questions, please. I think we have someone with a mic. Cards. We have cards. Okay. This is Katie Ryan and Sam Holliday, who are the two key staff members who have been putting this together. So raise your hand, and they will bring you a card to write your question on. And while we do that, we have been joined by the artist that I told you about. Cedar, would you stand up? This is Cedar Hunt, who is the artist. Comes to us from Montana and even brought her mother. So we welcome Cedar and her mom. And if you get an opportunity to talk to her, the piece is got a whole sense of history. It's ledger art, and it is imposed on the kind of ledgers that were required for so many Native people that somehow white folks felt like the Native people couldn't handle their own finances, so there was a ledger that they had to go to get their own money. And that's a little bit of the story. But Cedar will be with us for a while, so take a moment to talk to this talented young woman. Okay, question. During the 1924 Federal Citizenship Act considerations, did the legislation consider any state-level barriers that, and was any of that taken into consideration?
Sure. So, as I mentioned, the debates in Congress are pretty sparse when it comes to the 1924 Act. However, what does come up is how the act will affect suffrage for Indigenous people. And so that sort of propels Congress to a conversation of state-level legislation. And Snyder, the man who bears his name on the piece of legislation, assured congressmen that the act would not change any state legislation affecting Native suffrage. So that's one way that it comes up.
Professor Silverman?
And I would also add that, we need to be careful not to conflate the granting of citizenship with the exercise of equal rights. Even after the Indian Citizenship Act, states like New Mexico and Arizona continued to prohibit Native people from voting. They didn't gain that right in those states until after World War II. Receiving citizenship didn't mean justice. There have been civil rights commissions that have focused on the unequal application of justice, or we might say the unequal application of injustice, in states like South Dakota, Arizona, and New Mexico. These commissions have conducted these investigations almost every decade from the 1940s onward, and they're patterns that have become all too familiar to us in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement. But all of those issues apply to Native America as well. Even in states where Native people theoretically or legally had the right to vote, there's a distinct pattern of white obstruction of Native people's access to the polls, which if anyone is following the news, is a pattern that has continued up to this very time. So, to sum it up, we need to be very careful not to conflate citizenship with legal and social equality.
And we have another question from the audience. Would you discuss, and some of this will come up in our later panels, but you're the first off the bat, so you get the first, the first hit. Would you discuss the significance of the various strategies that tribal nations and activists are employing in the citizenship struggle, both historically and currently, and the unique relationship between nations that we have?
I'll leave the current struggle to the people who are fighting it. They know far more about it than I do, certainly. What I can say historically is that Native people in the early 20th century are in such a desperate strait that they are grasping for any means to protect what little they had left. And the thrust of my talk was to have us confront what a narrow band of options there were. The conception that Native people could simultaneously be citizens and sovereign nations did not exist in hardly any white people's minds. It almost certainly existed in Native people's minds, but it wasn't even part of the discussion. The state of reservations, by and large, was so abysmal that some Native people said, the only other possibility here is to get with the mainstream, to try to integrate and hope against hope against historical patterns, that doing everything white people ask will lead to some measure of justice and dignity in the public square. That was, and that was an experience that very few of them were able to realize. Again, not because of their own shortcomings, but because of the white supremacy of the majority American population.
Yeah, I would add as well that I think we're also in the midst of sort of reevaluating the 1920s as a time of Native American activism, right? As Dr. Silverman has emphasized, there was this very small band of possibilities for Native American peoples facing overwhelming odds for a country that was bent on the destruction of their tribal nations. However, I think their activism it really helps set up the future generations, right? There's an establishment of tools that becomes very helpful. So, for example, the cultural work that the Pueblo are doing, that people like Charles Eastman are doing, that is really trying to explain to non-Native Americans the intrinsic value of Native American culture, ideas, histories. They're pretty successful in making inroads to populations that had been wildly hostile to their rights. So, for example, the Pueblo are able to create a coalition that really is able to protect a lot of cultural practices. And I think you can call it like the PR move, right? Actually helps set up some of the conversations that come later in the 20th century that have their own drawbacks, which I'm happy to talk more about at some point. Another sort of strategy I would highlight is this appeal to international law that the Haudenosaunee capitalize on. It's not effective in the United States context in 1924. However, if you know anything about the Haudenosaunee, you'll know that their lands are surrounded by two settler colonial nations, Canada and the United States. Both of those nations, by no coincidence, are trying to impose citizenship on Native populations at the time. The Haudenosaunee, surrounded by Canada, go to the League of Nations and say, this is why you are founded. This is a violation of international law. Stand up for us. They don't. However, it sets a precedent of tribal nations using international organizations as a way to bolster claims to tribal sovereignty that we'll see manifest a little bit more productively in the 1950s and obviously 1970s and onward. And then also in terms of this idea of tribal sovereignty existing alongside US citizenship, I think there's a way that we can read US court cases like US v. Nice, some of the taxation cases that I referenced before, as certainly not intending to leave the door open for sort of almost like a dual citizenship situation, or for a way for people to hang on to tribal nationhood while also being members of the US. There's a way that those cases are sort of providing a precedent that Native peoples can use later on to say, look, in 1916, the US Supreme Court said that tribal belonging is not in conflict with US citizenship. And that is a way that can sort of manifest greater rights in the latter of half of the 20th century.
We got another question from the audience, and this will give you a sense of what our audience is like. The title of the law was an act to authorize the Secretary of Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians. Are there any extant certificates, and what do those certificates say? Do you know?
Yeah, so this is one of the great mysteries of the 1924 Act, right? The mismatch of the name, which seems very narrow in its ambition, and then the text, which makes all Native Americans in the territorial United States citizens. And honestly, I don't have a great answer for that. And if anyone here does, please come find me. But my understanding is that Congress is really trying to handle the fallout from that 1922 decision, which ends forced patenting. And so they're dealing with revoking a lot of patents that were forced, and while also trying to impose citizenship on certain natives. It's a real sort of like crisis moment for Congress in 1922 to 1926 as they deal with the fallout from this. As far as certificates, the certificate is actually just your patent and fee. It's just the title to your land. So yes, you can find them. They're online. And in terms of what's sort of ironic about this is in the period that I was talking about before, there was actually no paperwork that could confirm an Indigenous person's status as a U.S. citizen. So it led to this, again, another crisis where sometimes Native Americans would try to claim rights that were inherent in citizenship, but without proof of citizenship, it became very hard to do that. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs was only marginally helpful in providing people with evidence of their citizenship status.
I'd like to note that the granting of these certificates, when they were delivered to Native people in reservation settings, very often was accompanied by a ritual, which will drive home the point that I was making earlier, that in most white Americans' minds, private property holding, civilization, were inextricable from citizenship. So the ritual would involve a Native man emerging from a teepee, shooting an arrow off into the distance, and then dropping the bow and going to a plow and putting his hands on it. And sometimes, they'd raise an American flag. It speaks to the point.
Okay, we're going to do one more question, and then we'll take a break. So for those of you who are in person, we're going to take a break, reconvene at 11 o'clock. For our onliners, we'll be back at the podium at 11 o'clock. For those of you who are here in person, we have coffee and a little snacks and an opportunity for you to talk informally with one another. So we've got two questions. So I'm going to give you two questions to answer together, and they don't really go together, so you can, roll with this. One is that one of our audience members was thinking about his own experience visiting Indian reservations in 1968 when he was dispatched as part of a congressional outreach to look at the impact of the war on poverty, to see if it was making any headway in Native country. And so, do you have any thoughts about that? And then on a more contemporary question, one of our audience members suggests that perhaps there's some similarities to the Russian invasion of Ukraine to take that land that might be analogous to the white settlers coming onto the native land. So if you would like to take either one of those questions, please.
I can take a stab at both of them. The war on poverty is actually an important moment in the beginning of the modern era of Native sovereignty and self-determination. And the reason that's the case is that federal funds began to be funneled through tribal government rather than through federal agents. And that forced many tribal nations to create the apparatus to receive, distribute, and track those funds. So that's an important moment. I'm no expert on Russian-Ukrainian affairs, but as an informed person, I've read enough to know that like most nations that invade other nations, the aggressor nation has a historical mythology to justify the aggression. That was certainly the case in the United States, where the ideology of manifest destiny, the notion that God destined white America to expand at indigenous expense in order to spread democracy, Christianity, opportunity, in short, Western civilization, was a galvanizing force. It served to justify all of the horrors that expansion entailed. And let's be clear about what I mean by horrors. These were wars of extermination against Native communities that targeted women, children, and the elderly. Make no mistake about it. And the idea, again, was that God blessed this endeavor. So, yes, there are certainly parallels.
And Lila supports it. So we have for each of you a small gift from the society. The gifts are paperweights that are models of the Capitol, made from marble that was from the Capitol. When they did the restoration, they gave us some of the Capitol steps marble, and we have made it into these things, and we hope you will display that in your offices and remember that we are so grateful for the time you spent with us and for being with us today. Thank you so very much. One of the things that you may not all know is that there is a special committee in the United States Senate that is dedicated to Indian affairs. The Indian Affairs Committee is currently chaired by Brian Schatz of Hawaii, and we are honored to have as the moderator for this panel the Majority Staff Director, Jennifer Romero Monaco. Jennifer will be serving as the interlocutor for the panel and introduce our distinguished guest. I do want to acknowledge that for those of you who are looking at the program, we had intended to have Elizabeth Haldego Reese. She was very excited, and we heard from her just the other day that she has experienced a medical emergency and is unable to travel. And so we wish her all a speedy recovery, and we will find a way to share her scholarship in this work in another way. We may have a webinar with her, so stay tuned to see how we're going to get that piece. But this gives us an opportunity to hear even a little bit more from John Echohawk, which will be extra special. Let me tell you about our moderator, Jennifer Romero Monaco. She previously served as a senior advisor for Native Hawaiian Affairs at the United States Department of Interior. She's been a House staffer and a lawyer. She's an alum of Princeton University and the American University College of Law. So we are honored to have the staff director serving as our moderator for today. Jennifer.
Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you for that really generous introduction. I appreciate it. And thank you to the Capitol Historical Society for bringing us all together today to talk about Native American suffrage. Again, my name is Jennifer Romero. I go by my maiden name, Romero. Professionally, Did marry an Italian man with a Monaco last name, and I think it has a nice ring to it. But anyhow, nice to see everyone this morning. I am the staff director and chief counsel of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, working for Chairman Brian Schatz, the senior senator from Hawaii. Again, I've really just dedicated my career to advancing American Indian and Alaska Native and Native Hawaiian affairs, both as a practicing lawyer and now as a public servant. So it's really my honor to be here today to moderate this panel and really have a conversation with John Echohawk. Let me introduce him. It might take a while because while my introduction took about 30 seconds, his might take a little bit longer than mine. John and I go back quite a ways, actually. One of the first internships I did as a law student was with the Native American Rights Fund here in Washington, D.C., and that was when I first crossed paths with John. So it's been some time, and it's just been wonderful following as my career developed and really seeing him as someone to look up to. And he's done so many incredible things throughout the course of his career. But let me just start out with acknowledging that Mr. Echohawk is Pawnee, and he's the executive director of the Native American Rights Fund. It's the oldest and largest nonprofit legal organization defending Native rights. He was the first graduate of the University of New Mexico's special program to train Indian lawyers and was the founding member of the American Indian Law Students Association while in law school. He's been with NARF since its inception in 1970, and he's served continuously as executive director since 1977. He has been recently recognized as one of the 100 most influential lawyers in America. This is pretty awesome. By the National Law Journal, and has received numerous service awards and other recognition for his leadership in the field of Indian law. He serves on the boards of the American Indian Resources Institute, the Association on American Indian Affairs, the Indigenous Language Institute, Natural Resources Defense Council, and the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Mr. Echohawk attended the University of New Mexico, where he earned his BA and his JD. So with that, just if you allow me a personal note, I am originally from New Mexico. I'm from the Pueblo of Santa Clara. It's a small tribe, about a half-hour north of Santa Fe. If anyone has ever been there, please come visit, contribute to the tribal economy. Mr. Echohawk, again, it's a privilege to be here with you today, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm very honored to be asked to participate in this symposium here today. It's a really special occasion. 100 years ago, the Indian Citizenship Act passed, and it's really great that that's being commemorated here. We have come a long way since that time, and we at the Native American Rights Fund have played a key role in that. It's something I got involved in just kind of by happenstance. I was, even though I'm a citizen of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma, I was born and raised in New Mexico, in the Four Corners area of Farmington, New Mexico, and I did well in school, and I got encouraged by some of my teachers there to think about being a lawyer. I had been elected president of the student body there at Farmington High School, and just a few Indians at that high school, mostly non-Indians, but still, I got elected. And some of the teachers said, "You really ought to think about being a lawyer." So, okay, well, I'll go to college and put in 4 years and get ready to go to law school. So that's what I did. Went to school at the University of New Mexico, and when I was a senior, getting ready to graduate, I went over to the law school to make sure they got my application, and also get some scholarship information, because I had a scholarship to go to college, academic scholarship, needed one to go to law school if I got admitted, and went over there and they looked at me and said, "You look like an Indian." I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Well, do you have a minute to meet with the dean?" "Oh, I'm already in trouble, not even admitted. What is this?" And so I went in and met with the dean of the law school, and he told me that they had just been notified there at the UNM Law School by the Office of Economic Opportunity, conducting that war on poverty, that the law school had been asked to administer a scholarship program for Native Americans to go to law school. And so the dean asked me if I wanted a scholarship. Sure, just right place, right time. And to the credit of that law school, they put together one of the first courses ever taught in federal Indian law. This was 1967, one of the first law schools ever to do that. And it was very fascinating to look at this federal Indian law. And the other Native students that I started to go to law school with, they didn't know much about that either. And we realized that our tribal leaders didn't really know much about this either. And then we find out about the legal process. Well, it's all about the law, but unless you have lawyers to enforce that law, then that law just really is no good, doesn't exist, doesn't mean anything. And our people were the poorest of the poor. We didn't have any lawyers. And so we observed what was going on around us there in the late 60s, and that was the civil rights movement, and black people advocating for equal rights under the laws of this country to be free from discrimination. Of course, that was the law, and they were poor. They didn't have money for lawyers, but they started this NAACP Legal Defense Fund, a nonprofit organization raising funds, hiring lawyers, and making them available to represent black people in these civil rights cases. And of course, they were winning and changing everything. And so we kind of noticed that and figured out that what we ought to try to do, if we could to get through law school, is to try to organize a national Native American nonprofit organization to raise money, hire lawyers, and make them available to represent our people on our Indian rights issues. We had seen how that had some success through another program there at the Office of Economic Opportunity starting at that time, and that was for the first time legal services offices being set up across the country to serve poor people. And some of those programs were set up on Indian reservations. And all these young lawyers from Harvard and Yale going out there starting to work for the Indians, and they didn't know anything about federal Indian law either, but they found out about it, and wow, look, these Indians have all these rights. So they started bringing these fabulous cases, these Indian legal services programs, and we studied those while we were in law school, seeing the work they were doing, and wow, we need to really build on that. And it was just 7 of these programs, so most of Indian country still not covered by legal services. So we knew this national organization was really something that needed to be done. So when I graduated, I was lucky enough to hook up with some lawyers and Native American leaders to form the Native American Rights Fund. The National Indian Legal Defense Fund. We went to New York City, met with the Ford Foundation that had been funding the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund. So they gave us a grant to start the Native American Rights Fund, so away we went. We had a board of directors composed of Native American leaders from around the country that helped us figure out what the priority issues were that we should address, because there's no way we could represent everybody, the tribes, Native organizations, individuals with important issues. And the board of directors set up, some priorities for us to address, and away we went. The first case we got involved in was an Indian treaty rights case. And of course, the Constitution of the United States, 1787 passed, and Congress has authority to deal with all the sovereigns, the foreign nations, the states, and the tribes. Tribes are sovereign governments, so there were treaties made with tribes. But what we were seeing there in 1967 and the early 60s, or late 60s, early 70s, was what the federal Indian policy was at that time, why nothing was happening, and that was this federal Indian policy of termination of tribes, forcing assimilation of Indian people, just ignoring our rights, not asking our people what we wanted. They were just doing this to us and selling our land, shipping us off to the city, ignoring the treaties. And our Native American people got very active in the streets and taking over Alcatraz Island and getting all kinds of publicity asserting these treaty rights. And President Richard Nixon took notice of that in 1970. And he changed the federal Indian policy to reject the termination and assimilation policy and adopt a policy of self-determination, recognition of the treaties and the sovereign rights of the tribes. And it changed everything. And we took advantage of that as we started the Native American Rights Fund at the same time. And part of what we did is meet with federal officials back here and talk with them about their obligations under these treaties. Our land and our resources are held in trust for us by the federal government. The federal government is our trustee, and of course trustees have fiduciary duties. They're supposed to help us protect our land and our natural resources, and so we got them involved in doing that. They filed a case to assert the treaty rights of the tribes in Western Washington. Those treaty rights supported the subsistence, the culture, the religion of those tribes up there, which is based upon taking the salmon. Huge salmon runs up there, and they had always lived on the salmon. The 1855 treaties that they made with the federal government said that the tribes retain the right to fish at their usual and accustomed places in common with the citizens of the state. And by the time we came along in 1970, the state had been asserting that the language didn't really mean anything other than you got to get a fishing license just like everybody else. And that's not what the tribes thought that language meant, based upon their history that had been passed down over the years. And so the federal government filed a case. We came in representing the tribes, intervening, and we were able to put the tribal leaders on the stand and talk about what that language meant in 1855 that had been passed down through generations, that understanding they had. And that was, the tribes, of course, started out with all the fish, and what they agreed to with that language was to share 50-50 with the settlers that came in and formed the state of Washington. And they could fish at their usual and accustomed places, even though they weren't on the reservation lands. And so the court accepted that testimony and eventually ruled in favor of the tribes that, yes, you get half the fish at the usual and accustomed places. And it just really shocked everybody up there in the Northwest that these treaties were being recognized as still the supreme law of the land. They were not ancient history. And this got appealed on to the Court of Appeals, eventually the U.S. Supreme Court, and those treaty rights to fish got upheld. And everybody across the country came to realize that these treaties were still in full force and effect. They weren't ancient history, and other tribes started filing treaty rights cases. We represented a number of them in their treaty rights cases, and away we went. We had other tribes come to us that needed help to get out of what had happened to them during this termination era. Some of these tribes had their tribal governments terminated, their land sold and everything, and this was the result of federal policy that started in the 1950s with the big communist scare. Well, some of these people here on the Hill thought that, well, we've got a bunch of Indians out there that are communists, and we need to get rid of these tribes. They're communal, they're communists. They started terminating tribes, doing away with them. And of course, these tribes continued to be tribal people and, survived in the 50s, into the 60s, and then started coming to us and said, could you help us? Because Congress had said this was going to be good for us, and look, we're the poorest of the poor. We're really bad off. And this promise of termination to help our people didn't work. So we represented the first one, the Menominee Nation of Wisconsin, coming back up here and helping them explain to the Congress the really devastating impact that this termination policy had on them, and it wasn't what Congress had thought was going to happen to them, and when they passed it in the 1950s. And Congress took immediate notice of that and said, sorry, sorry, sorry. So they restored the nationhood of the Menominee Nation. And these other terminator tribes started coming to us, could you help us? Because the same thing happened to us. This is devastating to our people. And so one after another, we brought those terminated tribes up here, and Congress restored their tribal status and got as much of their land back as they could, and away they went. And that termination policy was set aside completely. We had other big issues come up there in the early 70s that we helped with. We had the map put out by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which had the tribes listed there and shown on the map. And of course, most of them, virtually all of them, in the West, and no tribes in the East. But these Indians show up on our doorstep there at our central office there in Boulder, Colorado, outside Denver, and they told us that they were Passamaquoddy and Penobscot Indians from Maine. And so we looked at the map, and there's no tribes in Maine. Who are you guys? And well, so they told us their history. Well, we've been here forever, and we used to have this relationship with the federal government. We have all these papers and everything, but the state of Maine came along in the 1820s and just took our land, and it's been the same ever since. The federal government never did anything to help us, even though, of course, we had relationships with the federal government, but they would not stop the state of Maine from taking over. And so, could you help us? Here's all our papers and everything. And okay, we looked at them and all right, studied it. Well, there's this law that Congress passed shortly after the Constitution passed in 1787. One of the first laws Congress passed was the 1790 Non-Intercourse Act, which says states can't take land from tribes without the federal government's involvement through treaty and approval process. Has to be federally approved. And the state of Maine didn't have any federal approval when they took the land from the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot. So, whoa. So what was your Aboriginal territory? Oh, they said about 2/3 of the state of Maine. Okay, so we filed litigation, federal court, claiming 2/3 of the state of Maine for two tribes. And the court looks at the 1790 Non-Intercourse Act. Yeah, all this was illegal. This land is yours. It just shocked everybody. Of course, the state of Maine appealed, went to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals looked at it. That's the law. Yeah, these tribes have 2/3 of the state of Maine. So, of course, we're all headed to the Supreme Court and see who gets 2/3 of the state of Maine. And we get a call from the White House, Jimmy Carter. Hello, this is President Carter. You guys ought to come to the White House and let's talk this over. State of Maine wants to talk it over, so okay. So we all come to the White House and the tribal leaders and talk with the state of Maine and agree to settle the case. instead of having one big winner and one big loser. And so the tribes came away with a lot of land and a lot of money. Not 2/3, but pretty good chunk of it, and lots of money for the land that they had to give up. So next thing we know, here come some other eastern tribes. Hey, that happened to us too. We have the same situation as the Passamaquoddies and Penobscots. And so one after another, we started representing all these eastern tribes whose eastern states had come in and took their land with no federal treaties, no federal approval. So one after another, land claim settlements and recognition of these tribes back here as tribes. And so we've got a number of them back here. And all that was a result of the work that we did. We did many other big cases. So many of these issues had been ignored, swept under the rug for so long. We had a lot of these big cases, like I said, and it really took off. We did pretty well in litigation in these cases, beginning in the 70s into the 80s. There was one in particular that I should mention, probably the most significant Indian law decision in history, and that's the 1987 case involving the right of Indian tribes as sovereign nations to do gaming on their own land without any state interference, claiming state laws do not apply on our reservations. It's all tribal law and federal law. And that made it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, tribes, you're right, no state jurisdiction to regulate your gaming. You're sovereign nations. You can have gaming on your lands if you want to do that. So away they went, but not without a fight. The states came up here to Congress and said, hey, you have to take away this sovereign right of tribes to do gaming. And huge fight up here, and it resulted in compromise again. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act allowed the tribes some role in this. They had to come up with compacts with the state, with the tribal governments to do the gaming, and the states were entitled to a little bit of the revenue to help deal with the law and order issues that might affect the states off the reservation. So they got a little chunk of the money, but the tribes could proceed with the gaming, and the states had to sign these compacts, and away the tribes went. And of course, these days, that's the largest economic driver in Indian country, is the gaming. Not all tribes are able to do that. It kind of depends on their location and everything, but for the most part, most of the tribes are involved in it one way or the other, and like I said, it's the largest economic driver in Indian country. We, like I said, did pretty well in all this litigation through the 70s into the 80s, but come the 90s, then things started changing a little bit as the makeup of the U.S. Supreme Court started changing, and became a little bit more conservative. We started seeing that the Indians weren't winning as many of these cases as they used to. Like I said, there was an inordinate number of these cases coming up to the courts because so many of these issues had been ignored for so long. But everyone started noticing that we weren't winning as many as we used to, and it really caused great concern among the tribes, because they, of course, they had really built this modern-day tribal sovereignty movement based upon the litigation. So that was a huge concern for them, and we had some discussion of that at the Native American Rights Fund. And one of the things that the board of directors had us do was start thinking about utilizing international law as well to fortify the rights of tribes to sovereignty and their land and resources, and culture, religious ceremonies and everything. At that time, there were discussions going on at the United Nations about the possibility of a declaration on the rights of indigenous peoples. And the tribal leaders said we need to start getting involved in that process with the other indigenous peoples from around the world. So we undertook representation of the National Congress of American Indians, the National Intertribal Organization, in that process at the United Nations. And after 8 years, we had some success in the United Nations with the passage of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007. And we were able to have that eventually signed off on by President Obama in 2010, where the United States recognizes the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and pledges to implement that as best they can. Of course, there were some reservations on that. You know, they didn't completely endorse everything, but said they would try to meet that declaration. So that's been going on now, like I said, since 2010, and there's all kinds of meetings at the United Nations on the declaration, bringing in indigenous peoples every year. This permanent forum on indigenous issues held in New York City at the UN every year. We just finished, the 28th permanent forum up there. So that was very helpful. The impact of the more conservative court really got our attention in 2001, and that was a year when there were 4 Indian law cases before the U.S. Supreme Court that we should have won under the federal Indian law we knew, but we lost all 4. And that just totally shocked and devastated the tribal leaders who, again, had depended on the courts, and the tribal sovereignty movement winning these cases. And just to have the Supreme Court ignore or throw out or change federal Indian law like the way they did just shocked everybody. So the tribal leaders called a national meeting to address a crisis in Indian country, and that was called the United States Supreme Court. So we all came up here on 9/11/2001, started meeting, talking about these issues, and we had the chairman of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee, Daniel Inouye, there with us that morning, and he also served as chairman of the Defense Committee there in the Senate. And not too long after we started, some people came in and whispered in his ear, and he stood up and took over the microphone and said, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave the meeting because the United States is under attack in New York City and over at the Pentagon, and 9/11 was happening. And whoa, wow. Tribal leaders said, let's get out of here. We need to go home and do what we can to protect our people. And of course, airports closed down, so nobody could go anywhere. So tribal leaders came back in. Well, U.S. sovereignty is under attack, and our tribal sovereignty is under attack too, so let's figure out what we're going to do about it. So we met for 2 days, and they decided what they would do is form the Tribal Supreme Court Project, following the model that the states had adopted just a few years earlier when states' rights were under attack. They had all the state attorney generals come in as part of a project to work on the states' rights cases all together, strategize together, figure out how to brief the case, how to argue the case, and see if they couldn't improve on states' rights being accepted by the Supreme Court. So the tribal leader said, we need to do that for our cases. So we set up this Tribal Supreme Court Project with the National Congress of American Indians to bring together all the tribal attorneys, all of the Indian law professors, all of the Supreme Court practitioners to really focus on each case that would come up and try to figure out how to brief it, argue it, and make it more understandable to the more conservative Supreme Court. It was very difficult to have to educate everybody out there in Indian country about the danger in the U.S. Supreme Court and really encourage them not to litigate anymore because we were going to lose. And so we had to kind of put a damper on everything. And the tribal leader said, if you need us to enforce that and go stop a tribe from doing something that's going to impact us all, just let us know. So everything had changed. So with this Supreme Court project started, we also started at that same time what's called a judicial selection project. The tribal leader said, well, how do these lawyers end up on the U.S. Supreme Court? How does that process work? And so we explained how, a justice is nominated by the president, confirmed or rejected by the U.S. Senate, and they said, we need to get involved in that process and make sure these people who are nominated to serve on the Supreme Court know something about tribes, know something about Indian law, and if they're against tribes, if they're against Indians, we need to go up there and lobby against their confirmation. So they got involved in that process about how these justices, get nominated and confirmed. So they've been involved in that process, and over the years, it's gradually improved at the Supreme Court. It's still very iffy, but still we're doing better than we used to, based upon the change in the makeup of the U.S. Supreme Court, and the tribal leaders continue to have us do that, and we're still through the Tribal Supreme Court project, just very cautious about cases that might be headed up there and how they're argued and briefed. But we have come a long, long way since 1970, when the Native American Rights Fund started, and we were facing this termination and assimilation policy. But we helped to implement this new self-determination policy. We've been at it 54 years now, and we have come a long, long way in terms of getting people to understand that there are three sovereigns in this country. There's the United States government, there's the state governments, and there's the tribal governments, 574 of them, 229 in Alaska and the other 300 and something down here in the lower 48. And we have a lot of support here on the Hill, really kind of led by the Senate Indian Affairs Committee that been in existence now for a couple of decades. We just really appreciate the opportunity to come up here and talk with people about tribes and tribal sovereignty, because as been mentioned, one of the biggest problems that we have is most people still don't know anything about us, and that's one of the priorities our board has set for us. Go out there and take advantage of every opportunity to educate people about federal Indian law and policy. So this was a good opportunity to do that, and I really appreciate that, and glad to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, John. That was incredible. I just listening to everything you had to say, and just the origins of the Native American Rights Fund, and how you've really been at the forefront of every single leading policy change, whether it's in the courtroom, in the halls of Congress. It's just so incredible. So thank you again for your leadership, and for educating us today about just how far we've come, but actually just how much further we have to go, frankly. I think one of the questions that I have for you, and maybe it's just an observation, but from the sort of humble origins of the Native American Rights Fund as sort of this Indian Legal Services organization to what it evolved into as the Native American Rights Fund. And I have to say, we're coming up on the 100th anniversary of the Snyder Act, which is also known as the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. 100 years since Native Americans were actually, it was acknowledged that they had the same rights of the fellow Americans to vote. And in fact, the states didn't actually implement until well after that time. And so my grandparents, for instance, couldn't vote, even though they were born original indigenous people of this country. So we've come a long way. There's a long, long way to go. But I do think that the question of voting is something I think is top of mind right now. And I know, John, you've been really finger on the pulse for, the rollbacks after the Shelby case, and how it's just harder for Natives to vote, whether it's, using their own tribal ID to register, or to actually, exercise their right to vote. It's not as easy, or it's very difficult, and it isn't as easy as it should be. So what other roadblocks do you see? I mean, what can we do in Congress? How can advocates really engage and amplify? And because, as you pointed out, the conservative tilt of the Supreme Court isn't frankly helping. So what else can we do from your perch? I know as a litigator and as a policymaker, but particularly as a congressional staffer, I'm very interested in learning what more we can be doing, frankly, to make sure that Natives continue to exercise their right to vote.
The voting rights issue is very, very serious these days. Again, thanks to the United States Supreme Court, this Shelby case that we mentioned there is something that happened in 2013. The Supreme Court, in interpreting the Voting Rights Act, declared unconstitutional a key provision of that Voting Rights Act, and that was what was called pre-clearance. The Justice Department had the right under the Voting Rights Act to look at all of these changes in state law that affected voting rights, and if they found that these state laws were unconstitutional, and they could just declare them unconstitutional, and it was over. The Supreme Court knocked out that provision. So there's no more pre-clearance. The states passed these laws discriminating against minority voters, including Native Americans, and they could just go into effect. They didn't have to be pre-cleared anymore, and so these states started passing these discriminatory laws, and they were impacting our Native American people, and our Native American people wanted to bring lawsuits to knock down these discriminatory voting laws, and of course they needed lawyers, so guess who they started calling? And so all of a sudden we got involved in a whole bunch of voting rights litigation. We weren't the only ones impacted. This affected all minority groups, so we work with the other civil rights organizations, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund, ACLU, and trying to address these issues and get funding from foundations to help us fund this voting rights litigation. So we've been very heavily involved in that since 2013, since the Shelby County decision. It's something that we've, for the most part, been successful at because these laws are discriminatory, as Jennifer was talking about, in just a number of ways. So we have done well, generally speaking, in that litigation. Of course, in 2020, they did the census, and based on the census, then there's a redistricting process that goes through, and the districts are redrawn, and we hope through that process to get fair representation of Native Americans in these districts. But again, some of these states gerrymander these districts where our Native vote gets really diluted, and we're not able to elect anybody that we like. And they do that on purpose. And so we're involved in a whole bunch of lawsuits dealing with the redistricting that really tries to dilute our vote. And again, as Jennifer was talking about, since 2013 and all of these issues going on and on, we need to fix that Voting Rights Act. So we have put together what we call the Native American Voting Rights Act, and working with the National Congress of American Indians and a number of other Native organizations across the country, trying to get this Native American Voting Rights Act passed to address the specific issues that impact our people when they try to vote, and you know, all the issues raised in that litigation that we're involved in across the country. And it's pretty tough going up here on the Hill on these voting rights issues right now, but we never give up. We were talking year after year, this legislation gets introduced and we push it as hard as we can, but not quite over the hump yet. But we never give up, and hopefully one of these days we're going to prevail.
The Native American Voting Rights Act is a bill that I've had the privilege of working on for some time now. And while it is frustrating that we haven't been able to sort of get it across the finish line, I mean, it's a bipartisan, bicameral bill, and it really will, you know, improve Native American voting, not just voter ID and registration, but also access to the ballot box. So I do think, though, that while, you know, we've had some challenges here on the Hill, and states have a long way to go as well. Just doing a little research on my own, I was thinking to myself, well, what are states doing, you know, especially those states in the West with larger Native populations, what are they doing to really address suffrage for Native Americans? And I was very surprised to learn that 13 states have their own laws that allow tribal IDs to be used for registration. 20 states allow tribal IDs as a form of ID for voter identification. And these are not small things. I can take my tribal ID to the ballot, the voting registration in my precinct, and I won't be asked for my driver's license. That's no small thing, especially for more rural communities who simply, you know, they don't have that form of ID. What they do have is, you know, acknowledgement and recognition by their own tribal government. And that is a government-to-government relationship that I think that John is fighting for every single day, and for tribal advocates here in DC, and we try to preserve. So I think it's just really important to kind of underscore that, that suffrage for Native Americans is not something of the past. There are challenges that exist, and federal law needs to be changed to make access easier to the ballot box. So pivoting to, I got a question from the audience here, and it's about subsistence rights. And John, you mentioned earlier that the Bolt decisions and the Washington State litigation. The question is, what current challenges and legal challenges do you see with Indigenous subsistence rights, and how do those struggles relate, I think, to the struggle for Native citizenship?
Well, it's something that continues to come up, particularly in Alaska. Subsistence hunting and fishing rights are so important to those 229 tribal villages up there, because that's basically the way they live. That's their grocery store, and they have rights under federal law, priority rights to hunt and fish there on federal lands in Alaska. And it's one of the issues that we've been working on since the 1980s. We set up an office there in Alaska to work on these issues for those tribes up there, and we prevailed in the litigation for years and years. It was opposed by the state of Alaska, and we prevailed in what was called the Katie John decision. So we went all the way to the Supreme Court, and when the Katie John decision, subsistence hunting and fishing rights for Alaska tribes is legal. That's the law of the land. And so does that change what's happening in Alaska? No. State administration after state administration starts the litigation all over again, challenging the subsistence rights of those tribes up there. And so it goes on and on and on and on, and we're again involved in the latest episode of that right now, and It's just unbelievable how they never give up and just keep coming back. And again, they are taking notice of what's happening in the U.S. Supreme Court, the change in the makeup of the Supreme Court. So they just hope that one of these days they'll get up there and the court will change its mind and do away with subsistence hunting and fishing rights for those tribes in Alaska. It's just strange part of this political process that I was referencing earlier.
Absolutely. And speaking of the Supreme Court, there's a question that came in about the 2020 McGirt case. That's McGirt v. Oklahoma. And essentially, the United States Supreme Court determined that the eastern portion of Oklahoma was never diminished pursuant to Oklahoma's, the treaty rights of those particular tribes. I think for purposes of criminal jurisdiction, that's a landmark case. But currently, with the composition of the Supreme Court, do you have any insight with respect to where we're going here?
Well, the McGirt case was really kind of a landmark case. The Muskogee Creek tribe prevailed 5-4 vote based upon the principle of federal Indian law that we understood very well, and that is, a reservation is established and it stays a reservation until Congress somehow disestablishes that by specific language, specific laws. And so the Supreme Court looked at the argument by the Muskogee Creek Nation that said our reservation boundaries are still intact. The Congress has never changed the reservation. We still have jurisdiction over all of this land within our original reservation, which includes the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and a lot of other places. And the Supreme Court looked at all the legislation and everything that's happened there in Oklahoma and said, yeah, Congress has never disestablished that reservation. Those boundaries are still in effect, so that tribal jurisdiction is still in effect on that original reservation. And since then, it's been expanded to 4 other tribes that also had similar laws like the Muskogee Creek Nation. And so about a third of Oklahoma now is within Indian reservation boundaries. And that was, again, a tribute to the U.S. Supreme Court upholding federal Indian law. That's the only way you diminish the reservations is Congress has to pass an act. And people just can't assume that, this and that happened, and so, that reservation jurisdiction's gone. No, it's not, until Congress specifically says that. Great decision, upholding federal Indian law. That's what we need.
And may it continue. I think we have a few minutes left. I think, it just got me thinking, being here in the Kennedy Caucus Room. The last time I was here, it was on the Artificial Intelligence Forum, and you had Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg and a number of other, tech gods, as you will, luminaries, talking about, the impacts of AI on all of what we do here in Congress and in fact, the country. But what wasn't discussed was the impact of AI on Native Americans and tribal self-determination and self-governance. And I know that this is a very nascent area of the law, so I don't want to put you in the spot, John, but it's something that the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs is very interested in exploring. Everything from, how can AI actually help with tribal criminal jurisdiction, public safety issues. We just had a hearing about that yesterday in the Indian Affairs Committee. What are the challenges? What are the obstacles? What can we do to actually, leverage that technology? And because we're talking about suffrage, how can we leverage that technology to actually help the Native vote? I know that there's a lot of sideboards here, and they're very, very, very smart people thinking about these things. But it just occurred to me that, having you here and being a preeminent scholar in Indian law, AI is sort of uncharted territory. And I do think that there are a lot of opportunities for Indian country to benefit from AI, but there are also a lot of risks. So I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I'm not a technology expert, that's for sure. But there is this emerging issue of data sovereignty. Tribes using their sovereignty to control all of these data issues, and one of those that's currently pending that we're involved in deals with the effort by the state of Montana to do away with TikTok. And of course, as we've talked about earlier, you know, state law does not apply on the Indian reservations, so state can't ban TikTok on the reservations. And of course, that gets into all these technology issues where how do you control that with, you know, the airwaves going on and all this stuff, and you know, how's that impacted by the jurisdiction? And so the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals is going to have to figure it out. But we've weighed in on behalf of the tribes asserting this argument, you know, data sovereignty, and tribes control that, and we'll see what happens.
To be continued. All right. With that, thank you very much. Thank you, John. It was a pleasure.
Sure.
We have special gifts for each of you. This is a
Thank you so much.
It's a paperweight made from marble from the Capitol that depicts the Capitol, so you can remember this visit. And we are so grateful for you being with us. We have a very special treat. You've had an opportunity to look at your program book, and the artist whose art is depicted is here with us. Cedar, come on up. I'm going to have Cedar talk to us a little bit about her art. And Cedar comes to us from Montana, having won the Congressional Art Competition in the 1st District of Montana. Cedar Hunt.
Hello everyone, I'm Cedar Hunt and I'm a member from the Blackfeet Confederation in Montana. I wanted to thank the Capital of Historical Societies for inviting me, everyone, and Sam and Kate and all of you guys, thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about my piece that is on the cover of the Symposium program. I drew this painting about a year ago, and the history on this painting is very deep and meaningful. The paper on the back is known as ledger art, and these specific pages are from the 1900s. And earlier, the papers are from the Ursuline boarding school on the Flathead Reservation in the 1950s. The Ursuline boarding school was opened in 1854 and was demolished in 1970. So when I was in art class in high school, I literally just joined art class like 2 weeks before I started painting this. And they had a bunch of these books of these old ledger art pieces, and they were from the 1950s of students from the Ursuline school. And there were old names, and I was about to sell this painting for about $100 because someone's name was on the cover of the papers. And I was asking people who went to school there a long time ago about just what they went through and everything. And a lot of these names were covered or their records weren't finished, and kids would go to school from 3-year-old to 18-year-olds. And I learned that 12-year-old girls, 12-year-old boys, younger, older, their names were covered up or their records were missing. And it was because nuns and priests, they would rape the little kids or the younger Native kids and they would give birth, nuns would give birth to from 12-year-old boys, 13-year-old boys, or the priest would rape 13-year-old girls. And they weren't allowed to keep the babies at all. So they would throw the babies into the creek. And older people would tell us these stories, and some of them wouldn't even talk to me because they didn't want to talk about what happened in these schools. So, yeah, they knocked down the school. There's nothing about it at all because no one wanted to talk about it. There is an old basement, and in the old basement there's cages where they used to put the kids, and they're still down there. You could still see them, and they're the size of dog cages. And they would lock kids in there for days from just talking their language, from just doing things they weren't allowed to. So they knocked down the school in 1970, and they turned it into a normal school, and they still had these old records, and so they're throwing them away. And my principal said, oh, I have a student here who likes to draw on old papers. So I got a hold of these old papers, and yeah, I decided to do a picture of a girl who I like to think of her as me, or just a younger girl, just writing freedom. So yeah, I'm super glad that you guys chose this. That was hard to hear. A lot of people don't like talking about it at all. And yeah, that's about it. But I just wanted to thank you guys for this. And yeah, thank you guys.
Cedar, we have a gift for you, so you can remember this. Thank you. There are many ways to preserve history, and art is certainly one of those ways. So I would invite our distinguished panel, Dawson Hermany-Horses and Kevin Gover, to come join us. I will introduce to you Dawson Hermany-Horses, who is the managing director and the head of Native American banking for Wells Fargo. Hermany-Horses belongs to the Rosebud Sioux tribe of South Dakota and is one of the first enrolled tribal members to be promoted as a managing director at a major United States bank. In addition, Hermany-Horses was selected in June to the 2023 class of the Aspen Institute Finance Leaders Fellowship, which is a cohort of financial leaders worldwide committed to driving positive change and ensuring a more inclusive and sustainable financial ecosystem for future generations. He serves on the board of the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History and is a member of the Center for Indian Country Development's Leadership Council at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. He serves as the chair of the Native American Visiting Committee at Dartmouth College, and I could go on and on, but I am not the speaker. He is the speaker. So we will hear from him about his experience, and he will introduce Mr. Gover and engage in a conversation. Take it away.
Great, thank you so much. I want to start by thanking the Capitol Historical Society for bringing us all together today to kind of talk about, discuss this important anniversary. There's a lot of complexity to kind of dates like this, and so I hope you've had an impactful and educational symposium so far. I also just want to acknowledge and thank Cedar for her art and for her remarks. You know, I think this kind of history is hard, right? And it's hard to tell, but I think there's a lot we can learn from art, right? And so very grateful for her work. It's my honor to introduce Secretary Gover. I've known him for a little while now, and excited about our conversation today. I think it's worth noting that we could probably spend a few days talking about Native American representations, right? So we only have an hour. We're not going to be able to talk about everything, but I think we'll have a good conversation. Kevin is the Undersecretary for Museum and Culture at the Smithsonian. He is a citizen of the Pawnee Nation. He served as the director for the National Museum of American Indian for 14 years. He also served as the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs under President Bill Clinton from 1997 to 2000. And prior to that, he was in private practice as an attorney for many years, representing tribes as well as other organizations and institutions. You know, we only have an hour. I think it's an hour, right? We have an hour, and I think we want to use all of it. And I think the way that we've decided to organize this discussion is around three themes, three very broad themes. The first theme is going to be around stories that we all know. And I think we'll spend some time kind of deconstructing some of those stories. Then we'll move into stories that you don't know but should. And then we'll go into a conversation about contemporary representation of tribes and tribal communities. And so I want to start with the stories that we all know or think that we know, Kevin. One of the situations or examples that we talked about the other day was around Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. Do you want to get us started?
Sure. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here. I too want to thank the Capitol Historical Society. One of the things that I came to realize, and one of the reasons I went to the National Museum of the American Indian, was that the information that most people had, including people in positions of power, with a great deal of authority over the communities that I represented, were working from some really bad information. And that they had acquired that information primarily in two places. One was from the popular culture, television, books, movies, all the places we go to be entertained. And the other is in the formal education system, in the schools. And the information that one could glean about Native Americans from those two sources was almost entirely wrong. And so, and nevertheless, there are stories that we were all taught in school, and Thanksgiving is one of those stories. So we all know the happy story of the Pilgrims fleeing from religious prosecution, arriving in the New World, there to be greeted by a friendly Indian named Squanto. And Squanto very helpfully helped the Pilgrims learn how to grow corn. And the next year they had a grand harvest, and the Pilgrims invited the Indians to come and have a feast with them. And from that, and it did kind of happen that way, but from that we've grown this entire Thanksgiving industrial complex that we all enjoy. And I like to tell people, the day after Thanksgiving, the Pilgrims and Indians went and did a little shopping, then they played some football, and it was a good time was had by all. But it obscures some very complicated engagements between the first permanent settlers from Europe and the tribes of New England. There was a great deal of diplomacy going on. The Pilgrims were both feared, and other tribes sought them as allies. And the Pilgrims were relatively clever in playing off these relations with the different tribes. So this friendly Indian Squanto, well, it turns out his name was really Tisquantum, something like that. And when Tisquantum first began to engage the Pilgrims, he spoke English. Now, I never knew that when I was in school, because that would lead to the question of, well, how would he learn how to speak English? Well, it turns out that not once but twice, he had been captured by Indian fishing captains and taken back to Europe and sold into slavery. He managed 2 times to escape, whether through lawful process or otherwise, made his way back to the New World, only to find that the town that he came from had been absolutely wiped out by a smallpox epidemic. So Tisquantum was a man without a country, and he found himself in a curious position of being a go-between between the English and the tribes of New England, in particular the Wampanoags. Carry the story forward just a few decades. The Pilgrims had acquired enough Wampanoag land that the Wampanoags were left in utter destitution. That resulted in a war between the Wampanoags and the Pilgrims, and the result was the absolute devastation of tribes in New England, Connecticut, Massachusetts, even as far north as Vermont, New Hampshire, and really was set the precedent for what would follow throughout the rest of the country. So while it is true that there was this occasion when the Indians and the Pilgrims engaged and had a feast, it wasn't a big deal to anybody. We only learned about it. We didn't learn about the first Thanksgiving until sometime in the mid-19th century, when an old diary of one of the Pilgrims was discovered, and the entry about this occasion was literally a footnote in this guy's journal. And he said, the Indians came over and we ate together. From this, we've created this whole Thanksgiving myth. And that's very interesting to me, because Indians are part of the national identity in this way. So a lot of these key origin stories about the United States have Indians as central characters. The way we know that is if you go in the Capitol Rotunda and look at the large paintings on the wall, several of them involve Indians, or by extension, one is the embarkation of the Pilgrims. And so that story would be incomplete without the Wampanoags and Squanto, the friendly Indian.
Well, why don't we stay in this era and kind of come to where we are today and talk about Pocahontas?
Oh yeah, Pocahontas. Pocahontas is one of these characters who her popularity kind of waxes and wanes over time, right? But Pocahontas was real. She was a real person. She was a young girl when the Jamestown colony was founded in 1607. Much like the Pilgrims who would come later, the English were ill-prepared to survive in the new land that they had come to, and really had to depend on the generosity of the local Indians to survive their first few winters. So Pocahontas, we all know the story, at least I think we all know the story, of how Pocahontas befriended John Smith. In some versions of the story, she was John Smith's lover, which is gross because she was 11 years old when she met John Smith. But at some point, her father, Powhatan, was going to execute John Smith. But Pocahontas cast herself over John Smith's body and saved him from being executed by her father. Well, that's a good story, right? I mean, that's a cool story. And it makes for great myth. So much so that, Virginians to this day love to trace their ancestry back to Pocahontas. So at this point, of course, there are thousands of people who can, with at least some credibility, connect themselves to Pocahontas and her offspring, John Rolfe. So this story about Pocahontas saving John Rolfe, or John Smith, well, probably didn't happen. In fact, it almost certainly didn't happen. And the way we know that is that John Smith, the only source we have for that story is a book that John Smith wrote about himself. And we all know autobiographies are, favorable to the author, shall we say. And it turned out that this had happened to John Smith not once, but twice. And that during his travels, the very same thing happened to him somewhere in the Arab territories. And some lovely princess once again saved John Smith from being executed by her cruel father. So John Smith was a terrible liar. He ended up, by the way, at the Plymouth colony as well. And so he got around. It's actually quite impressive. But it also, once again, obscures the significance of Jamestown and Pocahontas, the founding of Virginia, and the role that Native people played in all of that. Nevertheless, by the way, one of the murals in the rotunda is the baptism of Pocahontas. So you see how this myth-making really takes hold and continues to be advanced in the nation's capital.
You know, it's interesting. Pocahontas is such an interesting story. I was in London a couple of years ago, and somebody found out I was Native American, and he said, "Oh, you know, Pocahontas is buried here." And I didn't realize that. She's buried in Kent, just down the River Thames, which is kind of sad, right? She died when she was around 21.
That's right.
And then got buried. And they actually can't find her grave, but they know kind of a general area where she's at.
She did marry an Englishman named John Rolfe, and had one son, Thomas Rolfe, who was born in England. Pocahontas and John Rolfe moved back to England, and by the way, she was a big hit in England. She was the biggest celebrity in London because it was so cool that there was this red Indian that had come back from, I don't know if they were calling it America yet, but it had come from America. So it was very exotic, very exciting for everyone. She did die of disease, of course, and nothing in specific. But her son, Thomas, came back to Virginia, back to Jamestown, some years later, and rather cleverly had acquired some tobacco seeds from the Caribbean and brought them to Virginia. And it turned out it was like the perfect plant for Virginia soil at that time. And so the Jamestown colony was always on the edge of failure and literally going away. But when Thomas Rolfe brought the tobacco from the Caribbean, suddenly the colony began to prosper, and then came the colony of Virginia, and later the Commonwealth of Virginia. Oh, let me. There's another part that's kind of fun. So, fast forward literally 300 years. The state of Virginia in the 1920s is refining its Jim Crow laws. And at that time, under Virginia law, there were two kinds of people. There were white people and there were colored people. And you can guess who the colored people were. If you had any black ancestry whatsoever, any native ancestry whatsoever, any Asian ancestry whatsoever, you were colored. And if not, then you could be white. And of course, being white was better under the laws of Virginia at the time. But then they remembered that there were hundreds, perhaps thousands, of prominent Virginians at the time who claimed ancestry from Pocahontas, and under that law would have been deemed colored. and ineligible for many of the advantages that were due to white people at the time. So, no fools they passed an amendment saying, well, if you're 1/16 or less Native American, then you're white. And they called it the Pocahontas exception. So you see, these things have a long tail. And anyway.
Wow, that's crazy. Let's, for the last kind of example on this, the story we all know section, let's fast forward a little bit to the 1800s and talk a little bit about the Battle of the Little Bighorn.
So Little Bighorn, I'll talk about, sort of what I learned in school. Poor Custer got he was a good guy, excellent general, good fighting man, and he just got overwhelmed by all these bad Indians who wouldn't do what they were told to do. I know this because I read it in a book in fifth grade, and this is interesting because it's how narratives change over time, right? So immediately after the battle, Custer was regarded as an idiot. And he's like, what kind of idiot gets himself killed, gets his entire command killed by Indians at this point in our history? But his wife was really quite an advocate and managed to retrieve his reputation and say, no, he was a great general. He was betrayed by, among others, President Grant and the generals who commanded at that time. And you have to remember how shocking an event this was. It occurred on June 25th, 1876, literally days before the celebration of the centennial of the United States. And in fact, the news was arriving in the eastern cities right around July 4. So the nation was absolutely stunned by this. So what's happened, of course, in since I was in grade school, long ago, is more and more history has been written. And now it's generally agreed that Custer was foolish, that he had always been foolish. He had been very lucky in his early career during the Civil War, but he was arrogant and stupid to attack the Lakota at Little Bighorn, and kind of he deserved what he got. The popular culture also turned on him, though. You have to remember that the leading form of entertainment in the late 19th and early 20th century was Wild West shows. And that's what the whole town would turn out. It was like the circus traveling around, and the Wild West show. And so they would all go to the Wild West shows, and inevitably in every Wild West show, they would depict the Battle of Little Bighorn. And so, and by the way, they hired Indians to play Indians in these things. They weren't all Lakotas, of course. They were all kinds of tribes pretending to be Lakotas and Cheyennes. And they would ride around and shoot, and Custer would die valiantly. And it was at that point in the popular culture that much of America assumed that all Indians rode horses and wore feather headdresses. And when the fact is that as a percentage, very few did. But the Plains Indians sort of became the, what shall we say, the model for all depictions of Indians. And that continues to this day. The Indians, if you look at every Indian mascot, the vast majority depict Plains Indians, even the ones from New England or from Southern California depict Plains Indians. And so that became the stereotype, in some ways, almost the national mascot of the United States. The Indian head penny, you'll all recall, the buffalo head nickel, All of those depicted Plains Indians. And that's an unfortunate thing because it suggests that Indians were one thing when the Indians of the Americas were as diverse as the entirety of Eurasia. You know, Pawnees were as different from Mohawks as French were from the Chinese. Nevertheless, they were all assumed to be basically the same. So Little Bighorn, you sort of wonder why it sticks so in the national memory because it was a crushing defeat for American forces. So why would you want to remember that if you're myth making for the United States? And I think part of the reason is that it was important to the country's psyche to be able to say the Indians were fearful foes, and overcoming them was an extraordinary feat of courage and might. And okay, that it serves that purpose in our national mythology. By the way, Little Bighorn is not in the rotunda, so think about that.
Yeah, what's interesting about the Battle of Little Bighorn is different people are going to tell different stories about it, right? And I'm Lakota, and I grew up hearing about the Battle of Little Bighorn. We celebrate it, and we call it Victory Day. And I think, in our community, we talk about it as a time when tribes came together, right? Because the Cheyenne, the Lakota, and the Arapaho who defeated Custer were allies. And we came together as different tribal nations to defeat him. And so, I think in our community, that's something that we celebrate and acknowledge and talk about, is how we kind of came together and defeated the 7th Cavalry, right? Because at that point, the army hadn't been defeated, right? But we did it, right? And so for us, that's something that's important to a lot of our communities, right? Is that we're able to kind of defeat the 7th Cavalry. We also talk about, and I grew up hearing about just how poor of a leader Custer was, right? I grew up hearing about how he was like almost the last in his class at West Point, right? And so, yeah. And so I think that's kind of what we hear in our communities as we grew up, about Custer. So really interesting, and I think there's a lot more we could go on about Custer as well as some of these other stories that you just told, Kevin. But I want to transition in the interest of time to stories that people should know, because I think there's so much here that we could talk about. And so I want to kind of get us started in the 20th century and the Depression era. So going back to the 30s.
Yeah, Dawson and I were talking about, what are some stories that people don't necessarily know. One of them, and it kind of grows out of this, or is related to the Citizenship Act of 1924, is that was a time when Indians were absolutely destitute. They had almost nothing. Their land bases had between 1887 and 1934, roughly 2/3 of the Indian land base left Native American ownership, 90 million acres. And that wasn't an accident. It wasn't, oh, that's the way it goes. It was quite deliberate. It was the point of policy at that time, was to transfer wealth from the tribes to non-Indian people who came into those places. A lot of the modern day contests between tribes and states and local jurisdictions really do arise from this period, when the reservations that had been promised were slowly eroded, and sometimes not so slowly, were eroded by federal policy. So Indians were living in desperate poverty at the time. The boarding schools that you heard about a little earlier were beginning to flourish at that time. And so the policy of the time was the assimilation of Native Americans into the population at large. And to do that, it was important to suppress tribal government, to take away any opportunity for economic self-sufficiency, and above all, to suppress the culture of the tribes, and doing so through the children, and depriving them of their languages, literally their clothing, all of their ways of expressing their identity as members of these tribes. And if you can believe it, it actually got worse during the Depression, where I think Vine Deloria said something like, they went from absolute poverty to utter deprivation during that period as the economy collapsed. You know, Indians were always at the bottom of every measure of social economic well-being in the U.S. So that was the situation from say the mid 1907 to to the outbreak of World War II. And as you know, Dawson, one of the extraordinary things that happened during this time is that with the outbreak of World War II, Indians entered the military in huge numbers, and even before.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, just on that topic, you know, I did some research this morning, and the USO kind of published a bunch of really interesting statistics, but, you know, some of them that I found were so compelling. You know, I think during that era, that World War II era, there were approximately 350,000 Native Americans in the U.S. 45,000 of that 350,000 enlisted during World War II. One third of the Native men between 18 and 50 enlisted during World War II. And with some tribes, they had enlistment rates of almost 70%, which is pretty incredible. When you think about the imagery and the representation of that era, you know, there's a lot of natives, right? When you think about Iwo Jima and that iconic flag photo that we all see and associate with World War II, there's a native in there, Corporal Ira Hayes from Arizona, who was a part of that. You know, I think every invasion, every major battle, right, we have representation and natives in that, which is to me illustrates the complexity, right, of being native and a citizen that doesn't really consider you, fighting for a country that hasn't always considered you a citizen, has taken away your land, your culture, you know, and just in a very systematic way, right?
And I have no satisfactory explanation. While I was at the National Museum of the American Indian, we were authorized by Congress to build a National Native American Veterans Memorial. And we went out and held, I don't know, 30 or 40 consultations on different reservations to ask what the memorial should be. And if you asked, well, you know, given the history between the United States and the tribes, why would you serve? What led you to serve? And there were many different answers. You know, for some tribes, for my tribe, the Pawnees long ago allied themselves with the United States. And even though the United States was an unfaithful ally, the Pawnees weren't. And so he said, if you go to war, we go to war. And, you know, that was literally the attitude, especially during World War II. For others, it was opportunity. It was economic opportunity for a great many of those people, especially in the 1930s, where they had absolutely no prospects. They had nothing. They had no opportunity. And anything was better than nothing. A third factor was the boarding schools themselves, because the boarding schools were run as military schools. And so they would put the kids in uniform, line them up, make them march, make them, deal with their barracks the way you would soldiers. And so when they finished boarding school, and then got drafted into the service, the officers always commented and said, "These Indians know what they're doing here. They know how to do this." And so they, there were all these things going on, but that ultimate question of why serve a country that's betrayed you, I think has something to do with really, because of the way the society treated Native people, a feeling that this citizenship had to be earned. And one of the ways it could be earned was by blood. And there's no doubt, starting with the Spanish-American War, certainly in World War I, and then sort of peaking in World War II, Indians went and fought for the United States. And from there was no denying that they had earned their place in the American social and political system. It's not like, everybody slapped their forehead and say, "Hey, these Indians are all right, let's treat them a little better." Indians had to fight for everything they got, all those things John Echohawk was talking about. They had to do battle to get those things. But finally, they had the tools to do battle as a result of this. And so those World War I and II veterans made guys like me and Dawson possible, frankly.
I asked the same question of my own family. My great-grandfather, Paul Leader Charge, fought in World War I before he was a citizen. And, I think I have extended family that has served in every major battle since the Spanish-American War. I think we've counted up to 52 people. And, as a kid, I asked, why would they do that? And I think part of it is, at least in Lakota culture, we have warrior societies, and being able to serve is an expression of culture, right? And if you were to go home, if you were to come to Rosebud or Pine Ridge or any other reservation in South Dakota, I think you would see the place of honor that warriors have in our culture and our societies, right? And so when I think about it from that perspective, right, this is an expression of who we are as a people, right? I think that makes a lot more sense for me. So I want to go into the last topic that we talked about, Kevin, around stories that we should know about, and kind of go into civil rights.
Yeah, so you heard a little bit from John about the civil rights movement, and it was tremendously important for Native America as well. Not just because Native Americans were included in the Voting Rights Act and the other civil rights laws that were passed during this period, but because it opened the door for a broader conversation about the restoration of tribal rights. And John told you, basically the series of events that happened. But I've always thought that the civil rights movement created the space for this all to happen. Indians started getting into colleges and becoming lawyers and doctors because of the civil rights laws and the civil rights movement. But also, federal policy began to change. As you heard from John, even into the 1950s, there was talk about doing away with the tribes. But by the 1960s, and especially, first of all, in 1960, both candidates, Nixon and Kennedy, said, no more of this termination stuff. This is just a bad idea. When President Johnson came into office and enacted his Great Society, you heard John also mention the Office of Economic Opportunity. Those programs really benefited the tribes hugely, and began to give the tribes some of these tools I was talking about that allowed them to work toward their own empowerment. And again, it wouldn't have been possible without the civil rights movement. My father, by the way, came to, he wasn't at Dr. King's 1963 speech, but he was here for the Poor People's Campaign a couple of years later. And a lot of Native American people, I've seen some old photographs of all the Native American people who participated in the Poor People's Campaign and were very much a part of that movement. And it was a fairly early example of people of color from different backgrounds coming together to pursue common goals. And now we've seen more and more of that over time. But the interesting thing is, even as they were, the civil rights movement was about each individual having equal rights. The tribal rights movement was that, but it was something else too, and that was the reassertion of tribal rights. So you heard, and it's if you think about it, it's quite an extraordinary thing in American law to think about a group of people having significant special rights that nobody else has. And so that's not an easy sell, if you think about it. But the tribes were successful in pushing forward that proposition and saying that because of who we are, who our ancestors were, and most importantly, the agreements that they made with this country early in its history, we have certain rights that are not available to everybody else. We have certain immunities, for example, from state law when we're on our reservations, that nobody else has. And I think at least that wouldn't have been possible except for the environment that had been created by African Americans in the civil rights movement.
This is a really interesting era for me. I think a few years ago when I was in college, I had an opportunity to listen to Bobby Seals, a co-founder of the Black Panther Party, talk about kind of his life. And one of the comments he made to me, or not to me, but to the group, was how he was inspired by the Lakota, by my tribe, when he was stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. And he said he remembers seeing Lakota dressed in their regalia. I don't know if it was like, if he went onto the reservation, I'm not sure what the exact circumstances were, but he saw the pride that Native people had in their culture, and he said it inspired him. So I thought that was really interesting. The civil rights era is also interesting to me because I think, when we think about things like the Voting Rights Act, we think about like the South, right? And enforcing the ability to ensuring that folks have the ability to vote. But, for a long time, states had to pre-clear any kind of rules that they were going to put out as it relates to voting and how they may impact, folks in southern states. But what I think a lot of people don't realize is like that pre-clearance rule, until it was struck down 10 years ago or so, it also impacted Western states, because Western states did the same thing that Southern states did to African Americans, except they did to tribal members. They made it very difficult for folks in my state, for example, to vote. And so I think the Voting Rights Act, I think, had a huge impact on tribal communities from that perspective. So I want to transition into our last theme, which is contemporary stories, right? And I think a lot of us saw over the last few months, Lily Gladstone, right? And the recognition she received for her role in Killers of the Flower Moon. She received a Golden Globe for Best Actress, and then a nomination for that same role. So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. As I said at the start, one of the things I was interested in when I came to the National Museum of the American Indian was the representation of Native people in popular culture. And it had just been atrocious. At best, it was stereotypical. At worst, it was downright degrading. And so one of the things that we were very interested in was tracking the use of Native imagery and Native people in the popular culture. The most obvious example was the use of Native people as mascots in various sports teams, including the one here, which somehow managed to have the most insulting name of all attached to its football team. Nevertheless, those things were firmly embedded, right? And I was thinking about it today, you know, what's happened over the last 20 years, really, and how the depiction of Native Americans in popular culture has changed really quite dramatically, sort of culminating in Lily Gladstone and Osage people having some agency over what appeared in a movie that was about them or about their ancestors. That's a new thing. That's a very new thing. The same is true in museums. Until the National Museum of the American Indian Act passed in 1989, it was understood that the people who were experts about Native Americans weren't Native Americans themselves. They were people who worked in universities and in museums and went out and studied the Indians and came back and wrote books about them. And it never occurred to them that Native people might have a role in the interpretation of their culture. And that when a museum was going to put on an exhibition about the culture of a particular tribe, might be a good idea to have people from that tribe be a part of that process. The same is true for television. The same is true for movies. If you're going to depict Native people, you really need to be advised by Native people. And so we've begun to see sort of that shift is taking place. But part of the reason is that we now, Lily Gladstone would have been impossible 50 years ago. There's no way they would have selected a Native person to play a Native person in the movies. They just wouldn't do it, except as extras, right? And, you know, you could be a Navajo chasing John Wayne and fall off your horse, but you weren't allowed to actually be a living, breathing, talking, thinking, laughing character. Indians weren't allowed to be people in these movies. But as Native people have moved into acting and writing and directing, producing, we're seeing that change take place where Indians now can be complex. We're allowed to be funny now, right, with reservation dogs. Used to, you said you weren't allowed to be funny. Indians weren't funny. There's nothing funny about Indians. That's what most people thought. We knew that that wasn't the case, because I always thought Indians were funny as hell. But this is extraordinarily important, because I think over time that you know, the new thinking about Indians isn't they're exotic, they're weird, they're not like us, and worst of all, they're less than us, is simply going to disappear when they see we actually are like everybody else, right? And that's wonderfully good news, I think, for all of us.
Yeah, I think what I love about sort of the representation of Lily and her work, as well as Reservation Dogs, is just sort of the positive portrayal of Natives, and I think the focus on things like culture and resiliency. I actually met Kevin like 25 years ago when he was the assistant secretary. I think you were you helped set up President Clinton's visit to Pine Ridge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which was an incredible visit. This was like the first visit of a sitting president to a reservation since FDR. Was a pretty big deal in our communities, and I remember a lot of people feeling like we were seen for the first time, right, and that we were heard, and that, you know, some of our problems were going to be addressed, right? But if you go back and look at sort of the reporting on the era, it was all sort of like deficit and kind of depravity based. It was all like,
Yeah.
you know, this tribe has, you know,
Poverty porn.
yeah, it was like poverty porn, exactly. It was like, it was focused on sort of like the unemployment, alcoholism, just a lot of very dire statistics. And I don't want to gloss over that. There are statistics like that, but these stories don't focus on kind of like us as like real people, right? People who've endured and survived huge efforts over centuries to kind of get rid of us, right? And so I think that was, to me, that was pretty disappointing, kind of given the good feeling that everybody had. I mean, I remember shaking President Clinton's hand. He stayed there and shook everybody's hand. So I think stories like this, like stories like Lily and Reservation Dogs, are incredible because, the focus on like the good things about, our communities and not on, the poverty porn aspects.
Yeah, yeah, that was a nice moment, and you look out and there are like 4,000 Ogalas out there, right? And they were there to see this guy, right? But he was the president, and it was a very, very big deal. And they loved him, and he loved them. That's who Clinton was. He was like, "Oh, I love you," and he fed off it. He was one of those guys. But yeah, as you say, even there, stereotype can still carry the day. And what? Some months later, all of the chair and chiefs of all of the Sioux tribes actually came to Washington and had a meeting at the White House and met all afternoon with people like the White House Chief of Staff. There must have been 4 cabinet members there, and ultimately the president. And it was serious, and there was a time when they sort of used Indians as props at these meetings, and you see old pictures of Calvin Coolidge or somebody wearing an Indian headdress, and but they were there to do business. I mean, and even in the 19th century, Indian delegations would come to the Capitol, and they thought they were here to do business, but they were sort of treated as exotics, to come and be observed and looked at instead of being dealt with honorably. So it was a big change.
Yeah. And I think you were a big part of that change, right? Because I think you made a lot of that happen.
Oh, I won't take credit for any of that. We actually, when the Clinton White House was just interested in Indians, they just were, and presidents really set the tone. We had spent quite a number of years under Reagan and Bush, who may have been fine presidents in other respects, but their White Houses didn't care about tribal policy. They kind of didn't do any harm, but they didn't do any good either. The Clinton White House did care. And I don't know if the president cared from the beginning or whether he figured it out along the way, but he cared. President Johnson cared. And very importantly, the most important president of the 20th century for Native Americans was President Nixon. And he cared. And it's because they say, and we actually did some research and did some oral histories with some of the Nixon White House staff. He had a football coach in college. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was a native guy from California. And Nixon just loved him because, he treated Nixon well and encouraged him and never let him down. And Nixon thought, this guy really should be coaching, not this small college in California. He ought to be coaching in the Big Ten or the Atlantic Coast Conference. He was that good, but he never would because he was an Indian and he would be discriminated against. And Nixon believed that. And so he always had a soft spot for Indians. And once he let his White House know that he wanted to see some progress in Indian country, that resulted in the most dramatic change in Indian policy in 50 years. And so this stuff matters.
Yep.
And, Clinton was one of those guys who cared. So.
Yeah, I know this year we're celebrating, I don't know if celebrating is the right word, but it's the 200th anniversary of the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, but I think on the 175th anniversary, you were the assistant secretary, and as a part of your role, you apologized
Yeah.
right, for the Bureau's actions, which was huge in any country.
Yeah. Well, we had, when Clinton went to Pine Ridge, we asked, we suggested, at the political appointees at the Interior Department, the Native American political appointees at the Interior Department, suggested to the White House that this might be an opportunity for the United States to apologize for stealing the Black Hills from the Sioux Nation. And it was an outright theft, you know, make no mistake. And boy, did that go over like a lead balloon, you know. I think they had a Democrat running for re-election for Senate in South Dakota, and there was no way the White House was going to do that. But then on the occasion of the 175th anniversary, we thought maybe we should do that, and even broaden it out. And so we wrote a speech, and the night before the event, which was, you know, a gathering to mark the 175th anniversary of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, we sent it both to my boss, the Secretary of the Interior, and over to the White House. And we didn't ask for permission. We just sent it and said, this is the speech I'm going to give. And I figured, well, if they tell us no, I'll just go back to New Mexico, you know, and call it a day. But they didn't. They weren't willing to say it themselves, but it was important that they let us say it. So.
Great. Well, Secretary Gover, thank you for this discussion today. Thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for your service to Indian country.
Thank you, Dawson. Appreciate it.
Gentlemen, as is our tradition, we have a small gift,
Oh, nice. Thank you.
which is a replica of the Capitol that is a desk ornament made from marble from the Capitol. Thank you both for sharing your wisdom and being with us. We're really honored. So this is the final panel of today's symposium, but not the final conversation that we're going to have about these issues. It's clear that these issues and these stories, there's much to be told and much to learn. Today's final panel is on sovereignty in the 21st century. Those of you who have been with us all day already had the pleasure to meet Larry Wright when he delivered the opening blessing. If you haven't been here all day, you can quickly know that he's an enrolled member of the Ponca tribe of Nebraska, served as tribal chairman for 11 years, and is now the executive director of the Congress of American Indians, which is the oldest, largest, and most representative American Indian and Alaska Native organization serving the broad interests of tribal governments and communities. Larry is a military veteran, a former social studies teacher, and previously ran a general contracting business. His compatriot on the panel is the Honorable Brian Newland, currently the United States Assistant Secretary of the Interior for Indian Affairs. Be kind to Brian. He has been in a hearing all morning, being interrogated by the Senate Appropriations Committee about the Indian Affairs budget. So we're going to have Larry start first so that Secretary Newland can get back with the idea here. Assistant Secretary Newland is a citizen of the Bay Mills Indian community, where he recently completed his tenure as tribal president. Prior to that, he served as the chief judge of the Bay Mills Tribal Court. He served as counselor and policy advisor to the Assistant Secretary of the Interior for Indian Affairs, a graduate of Michigan State University and the Michigan State University College of Law. He enjoys hiking and kayaking along the shores of Lake Superior and is a nature photography enthusiast. So we are honored to have these two distinguished leaders with us today. And we will start with Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Jane. I should have known better. When you asked me if I needed anything, I wanted to go first instead of following all these great people. But no. Aho, Ponkamoshe, Lashwahan, De Huanoche, Larry Wright Jr., Ijajik Debdi, Wishti, Usni Ponkabli. I said, hello, my name is Larry Wright Jr. My Ponca name is Buffalo Spirit, come from the Buffalo Clan, and I'm a citizen of the Ponca tribe in Nebraska. It's an honor to be here on behalf of National Congress of American Indians, and I say thank you on behalf of our president and our executive committee. It's a real honor to be here and talk about this subject and be part of it. The National Congress of American Indians just celebrated our 80th anniversary, and NCAI was born out of the fact that, as you heard here all morning, the attacks on tribal sovereignty, and even though the Snyder Act was about 20 years old at the time, those attacks were still coming at that time. It was formed during the era of the termination period, which is near and dear to my heart. My people were terminated, one of the last tribes terminated of 109 in 1964. And we were federally reinstated in 1990. But the work of NCAI, and we heard from different organizations, has ebbed and flowed over the years, but at the heart of our mission, it's still true today, is defending sovereignty on all its fronts and making sure that as the oldest, one of the oldest organization representing Indian country, it's our job to make sure that we elevate the voice of our tribal nations, and working with our sister organizations like NARF that you heard from this morning, but also working with folks like Brian, and we give him all the props in the world and the work that he's doing to help ensure Indian country is represented fairly. And so when we officially, NCAI is a nonpartisan organization. We have to work with everybody. And when we elevate this voice and we talk to members of Congress and administration and different agencies, we need to make sure that we talk to everybody and we elevate the voice of Indian country. And it takes on a lot of different things. We do a lot of education, outreach, making sure that people understand the issues that Indian country faces. And so when we talk about defending tribal sovereignty in all of its forms, and that has grown in nature because the attacks on tribal sovereignty have gotten more sophisticated, and they continue to evolve, and we see this more and more. And as everything changes in the country, and we get into, as we're talking about the 21st century, how tribes operate today is very different than it was obviously at our beginning, or going way back to the Snyder Act itself. And so we need to make sure that we change with the times too, and we help tribal governments in all our forms be able to adjust to the changing dynamics of Congress, the administration, the country, economics, all of the issues that face our tribes, and making sure that our tribes will continue to be here moving forward, just like NCAI, and we're working for the next 80 years. And so from a tribal government standpoint, having that voice and making sure that our tribes are protected, especially in this digital age that's affecting tribes very differently. We still continue to have a digital gap in our country. We have tribes that on their reservations don't have access to broadband, internet, and that puts them at a disadvantage. And when we look at the importance of that, and as we get into this age of AI and making sure that as things become more and more digital, as they are, we have a digital sovereignty issue that we need to protect. We need to make sure that our tribes are protected on that front. And there's attacks and taking cultural aspects of our tribal traditions, culture, language, and our proprietary items. So we need to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to help make people aware of what that is, and just like it would be the reservation ground itself. And so we look at all of those kinds of things from NCAI. We're primarily a policy institute. We help shape that policy. Our member tribes pass resolutions, just like the Congress does, and those are our marching orders. And so collectively, that's built on a consensus level. And so when the tribes vote on that to tell NCAI this is the direction we want to go, that's the direction that we take, and we move forward. And I would say since the start of NCAI 80 years ago, there have been over 4,400 of those directions given to NCAI. And so there's a lot of work that goes on, and our tribal nations are very engaged on many different levels. And we want to make sure that we protect them and defend sovereignty all in every direction that it goes. From a personal level, when you talk about this, and I'll go back and put my tribal chairman hat on, recovering chairman, and when we look at the difference, for my tribe, as I said, we were terminated, and it took an act of Congress to say that was wrong. And when we look at that, and so just in this little over 30 years, my tribe has been in nation building. We had to build everything back up. So when our tribe was terminated, all of our land was sold off, and that was divided up amongst the adults in the tribe. And we lost everything. We were forcibly removed to Oklahoma in the late 1800s. And, this year, as we celebrate this 100th anniversary, it was 145 years ago that Indians weren't even considered humans in this country. It took a case in 1879 that involved one of our chiefs, Chief Standing Bear. And when we were moved to Oklahoma, when his son died, or before his son died, he made his dad promise to come bury him in our homelands in Nebraska. And several months later, after he passed away, 30 of our people left in the middle of the night in January and made it all the way back to Nebraska. And the military finally caught up with them, and the orders were to march us back down to Oklahoma immediately. Long story, but ultimately, Standing Bear sued the federal government, and particularly General Crook. And the whole premise of the case was that it shouldn't go to court because Indians were not considered humans in the eyes of the U.S. law at that time. And so the outcome of that case was, after the judge read the dictionary, said, yes, Indians are humans, according to the dictionary, and we were allowed to stay. And so when we look at that, 145 years just to be considered humans, to the 100th anniversary of the Snyder Act, we have a lot of things that are not that far apart. And I know there was a lot of talk earlier about our military service. And my great-grandfather served in World War I, and every one of my relatives have served. And one of the reasons why I joined. But when we look at that commitment from Indian country before we were even considered citizens, and it's been well said, that's the kind of commitment and the importance of the Snyder Act itself. But when we look at the importance in the 21st century and how things have changed, a lot of things have changed from that digital age, but how we interact with our government agencies. And so as a tribe, ourselves trying to reestablish our sovereignty and fighting for our rights, it took a lot of education, working in my tribe in particular. We're in 3 states, Nebraska, Iowa, and South Dakota. And so we have 3 state political dynamics. And for a long time, as we fought for just getting things back, we spent a 16-year battle fighting to have our land put in trust and be able to game on it. That was a big economic driver for us, but it took 3 different presidential administrations to finally make that happen. And just as we continue to fight, even the misunderstanding of how our tribal governments work. And I had a governor that we were talking to at the time, and she said, well, why are you doing this now? Your predecessor said you were never going to do this. And I said, well, Governor, with all due respect, that would be like me saying, you have to do everything your predecessor said from the other party. And she sat back in her chair and she goes, nobody's ever told me that. And it was a couple months later that we got approved. And so, we continue to fight and educate. And like many of the things that were shared here this morning, sometimes politicians, when they get to office, that's the first time they hear about Native issues or even some of these things in the past. And so, again, one of our main roles at NCAI is to help educate and make sure that people do know what those issues are. So as they legislate, they don't leave us out or they don't make bad legislation that affects us negatively. But those things are continually happen. And this last year, one of the biggest court cases in Indian country had to deal with the Indian Child Welfare Act and defending that law and making sure that our Native children stay with their Native families. That was one of the biggest cases where 500 different tribes and organizations came out and supported that Supreme Court decision. And we were very fortunate to get the decision that we did. But we know that that's not the end. We know that there's already new attacks on that, and we'll continue to fight on that level. And so when we look at this, the Snyder Act itself, and we talk about today, especially in the right to vote for Indian tribes, is more crucial today than ever. And so when we continue to talk about the importance of being engaged as a citizen, as a U.S. citizen, and what that means to us, but also from a tribal level, making sure that we're voting for people who understand our issues and are willing to defend those issues and willing to legislate for those issues. And it doesn't matter what party that is. And so we want the best people to represent us. And that is a continual thing that we do. We're very fortunate with this administration that they've done many things to help strengthen sovereignty in Indian country. And that starts with the consultation process. So we're working with agencies before decisions are made, and we're at the table. There's a saying in Indian country, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And we found ourselves on the menu quite a bit. And we want to make sure we're at the table moving forward, working with people like Assistant Secretary Newland and others, so that when laws are passed, they have the voice of Indian country and our best interest at heart as well. I'll stop there. Are you recouped?
I'm ready.
All right.
Ani Buju, Minogija. I know I've had a chance to speak at a number of conferences and events over the years, and the after lunch session is always hard because everyone's slipping into their food coma. And so I appreciate you guys bearing with us. My name is Brian Newland. I am a proud Bay Millionaire, as we call ourselves, a citizen of the Bay Mills Indian community in northern Michigan. And I'm proud and privileged and honored to serve as the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the Department of the Interior, particularly under the first Native person to ever serve as a cabinet secretary in the history of this country, Deb Howard. Yes. I want to say miigwech, thank you to the U.S. Capitol Historical Society for hosting this event today in the Native American Suffrage Symposium to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Snyder Act. I saw on my way in here, I don't see him in the room, one of my predecessors, Kevin Gover, who I think you all heard from earlier. We all, no matter where we work, we are all standing on the shoulders of the people who came before us. And I certainly am standing atop Kevin's shoulders. He did incredible work in an even much more challenging environment when there were very few Indian people working in this town, and so I'm very grateful to him for his leadership. I also, now many years ago, was a Udall congressional intern through the Udall Foundation, and I worked here in the Russell SOB, I think they called it, for Senator Levin. And so I haven't actually had spent a lot of time back here, so it's nice to be back. And I want to acknowledge a couple of folks here, and I'll talk about their work here in a minute, but Joaquin Gallegos, one of our leading policy advisors in our office, the Assistant Secretary, is here. And Connie Sosi Daharo is here as well. Connie works with our Congressional Affairs team and recently came over to us from the Senate and has spent a lot of time up here on Capitol Hill. And I think you guys all know how, you get, when you serve in this job or as chairman or executive director, you get to stand up here at the podium, but the work is a team effort. And Joaquin and Connie are just instrumental to so much of the awesome stuff we've been able to do. And I'm really proud to be their teammate. Thank you. So a century might seem like a long time, but it's a small period when you look back across history. That history is, whenever we talk about history, it was not so long ago. And since the birth of our country, the federal government has really struggled with how to deal with us. And a lot of times that's how it was approached. How do we deal with the Indians? And how to engage with us, not only as Indian people, but as citizens of sovereign nations. And I think you all have discussed a lot today how there's been a long road to protect the political status of Indian tribes and American Indian and Alaska Native people. And combating disenfranchisement has often gone hand in hand with changing the public narrative that Indians are not equal, that we're less than, as you heard Larry talk about his ancestors. And I want to just briefly talk about two special people who helped to change that here in the United States, who deserve to be spotlighted. One is Tlingit leader Elizabeth Peratrovich, who was instrumental in passing the Anti-Discrimination Act of 1945 in Alaska. Before her work, public places in Alaska were free to post signs in their windows, no dogs, no natives, and openly discriminate against Indian people from accessing public facilities and housing. And there's no doubt that Elizabeth's experience attending a federal Indian boarding school informed her life and her leadership. Another person I want to mention is Miguel Trujillo from Isleta Pueblo. Even after 1924, New Mexico prohibited Indian people from voting based on its state constitution. Along with Felix Cohen, who worked at the U.S. Department of the Interior and was a giant in federal Indian law, Miguel successfully sued the state of New Mexico, where the court ruled that the prohibition against Indians voting was unconstitutional under the 15th Amendment. The courage of those two, along with so many others, has ultimately led to the development of leaders in Indian country who have energized not only tribal nations, but the United States. Up here on Capitol Hill, that includes Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell, Congressman Tom Cole, Sharice Davids, Congresswoman Mary Peltola, and as I mentioned, former Congresswoman and now Secretary Deb Haaland. For his part, President Biden has made appointment of Indian people in the federal government a priority. That includes more than 80 American Indian and Alaska Native people in senior administration roles here in the federal government. That is unprecedented, and I think the president deserves a lot of credit for that. I know that there are some folks in the room who have been around DC for a long time, and I just want to sit on that point for a second because I'd mentioned Kevin Gover, but there are others here who understand that to be a Native person in government up until very, very recently was a really lonely endeavor and required enormous emotional labor. To be the only Native person in your agency trying to help shape federal policies and the things you have to hear, the subtle indignities that you just endure every day when you are, leading change in halls of power that never welcomed you before. So it's a real point of pride for me to serve in an administration under a president who has lived out his commitment to make sure the government represents America and all Americans, including American Indian and Alaska Native people. And that power of representation has allowed us to reshape the U.S. trust in treaty relationship. And I want to highlight 4 ways that we've been trying to do that. First, the president has literally put his money where his mouth is when it comes to Indian country by investing $45 billion in just 3 years into tribal communities. That's a lot when it comes to Indian country and Indian people. We've got a long way to go, but I don't want to gloss over that. We are now at, as I was testifying this morning, historic levels of annual appropriations for federal agencies like the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So even at a historic level of funding of $3 billion per year, through laws like the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the Inflation Reduction Act, the president has put 15 years worth of our record agency funding into Indian country in just 3 years. And even with that progress, though, we need to strengthen public safety resources in Indian country, especially when it comes to protecting Native women, girls, and the LGBTQ community in Indian country. And that means funding to the actual level of need and ensuring that our law enforcement officers and our social workers and everyone else who is working to make our tribal community safe have the tools they need to prevent violence and crime. Second, we're self-reflecting in our work to address how the federal government has harmed Indian people, Alaska Native people, Native Hawaiians, going back to the beginning of this country. Secretary Holland launched the Federal Indian Boarding School initiative in 2021 after the discovery or rediscovery of a mass grave at the Kamloops boarding school in Canada, which prompted an immediate response from Indian people here in the United States for an accounting for our history of assimilationist boarding schools. And Secretary Holland responded, and I just want to also emphasize this point. It wasn't weeks or months or years of internal briefings and deliberating, should we do something about this? It was weeks. That Kamloops grave was discovered in April, I believe it was, of 2021, and it was early May, and by the middle of June of that year, Secretary Holland was launching the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative. And that, I think, those of you who've worked around government know, the government doesn't order paper in 6 weeks. So to launch something this historic in that time speed, I think speaks to the moral clarity and leadership that Secretary Holland has provided. And that initiative involves several parts, but that includes an investigative report. We have published Volume 1 of the Federal Indian Boarding School Report in 2022, and we will soon be publishing a second volume of that report. And for generations, as many of you who've had a chance to read that work, which Joaquin, by the way, was the principal drafter of that Volume 1 report and has done a lot of work to lead this historic effort. those of you who understand this know that Native children were taken from their families, hundreds or even thousands of miles away, sometimes too often, never to see them again. They were forced to change their names, cut their hair, throw out their clothes, prohibited from practicing their religion, engaging in manual labor, in some places through what was called an outing program. Wealthy families and communities near boarding schools could literally go to the boarding school and check out an Indian kid, like a library book, to come do domestic work in their home for free. Kids, and they were kids, endured all manner of abuse at these schools, all in the name of making Indian people no more, which was a national policy of the US federal government. And it was an effort aimed at erasing us from this country's existence. And so through this work, we've created the first official list of boarding schools that receive federal funding. We've identified dozens of marked and unmarked graves associated with those schools. And we've launched a permanent oral history collection so that living people today, history is not always past, living people today can share with the world their experiences at these boarding schools and make that part of our national record to educate people of what was once a long-standing national policy. The second volume of our report will serve as a roadmap for how we're going to continue to make this national record and also seek to chart a path forward for all of us on how to heal from the modern day impacts of those boarding schools and how Indian people today are living with the impacts of choices made here in this building and across the street many years ago. And I'm really looking forward to getting that report out into the public and also compiling the oral histories that so many people are bravely sharing with us, many for the first time, telling their story, and making sure that this never happens again here or anywhere else. Third, this administration is also standing up against threats to well-settled legal principles and important federal laws aimed at fulfilling our trust relationship. One of those, as Larry mentioned, was the Holland versus Brackeen case, attacking the constitutionality of the Indian Child Welfare Act. As a recovering tribal chairman and recovering lawyer, I also, it was galling to me that there would be that it was even debatable that Congress can pass all these laws, the executive branch can exercise these lawful government powers, because the courts upheld all these boarding school things, that all of this was lawful. So Congress can do the government can do all this terrible stuff and have the power to do this, but it wouldn't have the power to fix it or have the power to stop it, which is what ICWA really was all about. And I actually, for the very first time, went to the Supreme Court to listen to oral arguments in the Brackeen case. And it was only scheduled to go for about an hour, and I think we were there for over 3 hours. And during that hearing, judges from across the ideological spectrum were mentioning the work that the administration has done on the Indian Boarding School Initiative and their questioning of the attorneys on the Indian Child Welfare Act. And in a 7-2 opinion authored by Justice Barrett, the court reaffirmed that the federal government's plenary power over Indian affairs includes the legal reality that Indian status is political and that ICWA is constitutional. In this case, I think also, Larry mentioned how many tribes and organizations were involved. It shows the importance of teamwork between the federal government and tribes. I'm not that old, but I'm not that young anymore either. And in my lifetime, this was the best example of coordination between tribes and the federal government around or protecting Indian law that I had ever seen. And it also shows the importance of working across ideologies. Justice Gorsuch wrote, one of the best concurring opinions I think I've ever read. And Justice Gorsuch, by the way, does Indian law better than a lot of people who practice Indian law. He really gets it right. And he cites Volume 1 of our Federal Indian Boarding School report multiple times in his concurring opinion. And the effect is that it remains true that tribes have the power to protect our children from predatory foster care and adoption practices and make sure that our continued existence as Indian people is secured for another generation. And another part of our work in protecting tribal sovereignty, in protecting established legal precedents, we can see in some of these cases now coming out of Oklahoma, trying to diminish, where people are trying to diminish tribal sovereignty and jurisdiction, whether that's the Murphy case or McGirt or Castro Huerta. We are working hard to show the federal judiciary why upholding the canons of construction are not only legally sound, but proper policy required to revitalize Indian country from centuries of territorial loss at the hands of the federal government and states. And the fourth way that I mentioned that we're working to carry out and really advance our trust obligation is to add lands back to the tribal land base, to expand tribal homelands and make sure that Indian people have a place to call home. So if you look at, a lot of people study about what is the federal trust responsibility to Indian people. And there's always, people try to nuance it and people try to qualify it. The courts have, you got to have this money. The Congress has to say there's no trust relationship unless Congress is spending money. But at its core, the trust responsibility means that the United States has committed itself to protecting the existence of Indian people as Indian people. And so when you're going to protect the existence of Indian people as Indian people, you got to protect their kids, right? So we have another generation of Indian people. And you got to protect the lands where Indian people live and call home. Not only for economic development, but because to be Indian, to be tribal, inherently involves a different type of connection to your homelands. That's what it means to be indigenous. It's not just a place where you develop a house or develop a business or have real estate. It's inextricably tied to your identity as Indian people. And so it is our federal trust obligation to not only protect tribal homelands, but to make sure that we're restoring tribal homelands to the lands that we committed to protecting in the first place. And so the Department of the Interior, along with USDA and the Department of Commerce, have launched this joint secretarial order on co-management and co-stewardship to manage, where tribes participate in the management of federal lands, national parks, wildlife refuges, and the like, because those lands were Indian lands at one point. We have changed our regulations to make it easier to put land into trust for the first time since the Indian Reorganization Act was passed almost 100 years ago. And for the first time, we are putting land into trust for tribes in Alaska. And I'm really proud that we've done that and that we're standing up to defend those decisions right now, and we're going to keep going. Also, we are taking money that the president has invested in Indian country to support community-led relocation efforts for tribes that are facing impacts from climate change today. I've had a chance to visit a number of those communities, the Quinault tribe in Washington, the village of Napakiak up in Alaska, the Fort Yukon tribe up in Alaska, to make sure that we're doing our part. Tribes did not cause climate change, but they're often at the forefront of dealing with the impacts, and that we're putting our money where our mouth is when it comes to protecting those communities and making sure they have what they need to withstand those impacts. Those are 4 of the ways that we're working to carry out and fulfill our trust responsibility. And I want to make sure that I close by adding, that one of the ways that we have to make sure this work continues is through engagement with young people and students, and also making sure that they're participating in our political process and that we're protecting their fundamental right to vote so that they can play a role in this work in the coming generations and stand upon our shoulders. We've been doing that by trying to make sure that we are designating places as voter registration sites. And so at Haskell Indian Nations University, which is in Lawrence, Kansas, along with Southwestern Indian Polytechnic, or SIPI, in Albuquerque, that those are voter registration sites for students from all across Indian country. And it's true that the vote in this country has historically been used to harm Indian country, and in some places like Montana and Utah and the Dakotas, there are still people trying to do that through gerrymandering and voter suppression efforts. But we also see strong results when the vote is used to lift up Indian people, to lift up public servants from Indian country. Not only does it benefit Indian people, it benefits the United States by bringing all people into our system of government. And so I'm really proud of that work. It's work that we must continue, and I'm really grateful for all of you sharing in that effort. Miigwech, thank you. I look forward to answering some questions you guys might have. I've been saying that a lot at these hearings.
It's wonderful to sort of come to the end of the day on a sense of inspiration and hope with what is next. As our tradition, there's cards around if you've got a question. Let me just start with one kind of overarching question. Now that we have really focused on the historical treaties and the fact that these treaties exist but they haven't been honored, how does that fit into your work trying to, be a agent of the federal government, and we've got some treaties out there that we're not honoring so well?
You want to go?
I'll let you take that one first.
Oh, all right. I have 2 kids. One of them is just finished his sophomore year in college at Michigan State. And I have a daughter who's graduating high school here in a couple weeks. And they both, they'll razz me, but with some, a real edge to it about, working for the feds. And what it's being a native working for the federal government. And we talk about treaties at home. One of the things I take from those conversations with my own kids and people in my community is that for Indian people, treaties aren't a historic thing. They're binding law. And the last time I read the Constitution, it's binding law in the United States too. And one of the things we're trying to do, and it's always a struggle, is to make sure that we're not only reading the treaties defensively as what should the federal government not do, but that the affirmative obligations in those treaties are things that we should be carrying out, and to not read those treaties in a mechanical way, a literal, originalist, strict textualist way, because those treaties, as I think everyone knows, when they were negotiated, one side did not speak the language that the treaty was negotiated in. I had an opportunity to go to the National Archives once to read my tribe's treaties. and they showed me where the treaty was changed between the time it left the negotiating table and was presented to the Senate. So the treaties were changed unilaterally. And so we've got to make sure that in our work in the federal government, we're not viewing these treaties as just these old documents that have no meaning, and that they're not just defensive documents to protect tribes. They're the backbone of our relationship with tribes, and that we have affirmative obligations, and that we're not, if a treaty is saying, the federal government agrees to provide one teacher to a tribe, that we're not reading that as like, okay, we've only got to pay for one teacher. The goal was education, because in 1850, one teacher taught a whole community of people. And so we can't read these things literally, and it's a challenge, because attorneys in the federal government and courts, especially as we get further away from the time those treaties were negotiated, want to read those words literally. But you have to read them in the way that the tribes understand them. And that's not a moral calling, that is actually the law as the Supreme Court has held for more than a century. And so it's a long, winding answer, but the point is that these are living documents that have relevance today and instruction for us today in carrying out federal responsibilities.
I've got a question that I don't understand, so y'all maybe can help me with this. The 2023 NAGPRA updates were long overdue. And what may be another piece of legislation that may be updated? Now, first, for the uninitiated, what is NAGPRA?
That's the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act.
Ah, okay. So those updates are done. Is there another piece of legislation that we ought to be looking at? What's the next piece that we ought to attend to?
That's a great question with no simple answer. They say, when people say, what are the priorities? Well, when everything is, we're still playing catch up after all these years, to the point of making sure that this country honors the treaty and trust responsibility and lives up to those treaties. And that still isn't happening. And so when you say, well, what's a priority? When when we're playing that catch up, everything's a priority. But I would say one thing, as we are commemorating the anniversary of the Snyder Act, is the Native American Voting Rights Act. And as we talk about, there's some locations where for a tribal member to go vote, they got to go take a 2-hour drive just to get to the polling place, because they won't allow those polling places within the reservation boundaries, and the way and recognizing that tribal sovereignty in the reservation, they may not have a postal address, they have a location, and they won't recognize that. And so making sure that here we are the 100th anniversary of being a citizen with the right to vote, and we still don't have full voting rights or full access to be able to vote. And so, those processes are still happening to continue to make that harder. And you heard earlier with NARF and Mr. Echohawk having to actually go in and sue just for that basic right. And so I think, and as elections become more and more important, especially for Indian country, and as I said, we need to, our people need to be aware of the issues and what's going to affect Indian country most. And when they're being disenfranchised and unable to vote, that really has an impact, especially in states that have high populations of natives, and they change the vote. And we've seen that in the last 2 national elections. And states like Arizona, Wisconsin, I'm sorry, I went blank, but North Dakota, yes, thank you. But when that impact is there, and to work to keep us out and not be able to exercise that right, for us, that's a very big thing. And so we want to make sure that we pushed to get that law passed. So we do have full voting rights and access to the polls.
So what do you think it would take? One of the things that has been a recurring theme today is this is a history that has not been told. This is a history that is not well known. What would it take to include the true history of Native Americans in the curriculum of our schools?
Yeah, I mean, as a ex-social studies teacher, you can look across the country, and really the last time you really hear about Native issues, truly Native issues, is you hear about Wounded Knee as it closes out the 1800s. And, we have over 100 years of actions that the federal government's taken and that have affected tribes, and we don't teach that at all. And very few, unless you have select teachers who incorporate that into their curriculum, and just as an add-on, we don't see that. And you might get a class in college, and really that's a specialty. And unless you're taking a program that is focused on Native issues, but in high school, just from my experience, we just don't see that. And so for me, I had the opportunity. I was tribal chairman at the time too, and so when I taught my civics classes and government classes, I was able to work that in. And I had a student say, "Why do we need to learn this?" And I said, "Because somebody in this room, one day, believe it or not, whether you think you're going to do it or not, is you're going to be elected to something. You're going to decide to run. You might be a mayor. You might sit on the local city council. You might be a governor, state legislature, or U.S. congressperson." I said, and when you get into that position, that is not the first time you should be hearing about Native issues, because I don't want to elect you to it if you're not thinking about how that affects our Native people. And so it is about education and making sure that we do what we can to bolster that, but that it's going to be a very, very tough thing when we continue to see cutbacks in different things. But it truly is important because as you hear here today, sometimes this is the first time you hear it, and some of us have been doing this for a while. I'm in that old stage now too. I've been 20 plus years doing this. So, but again, in my own conversation with the governor, and she says, "I didn't know that." I mean, it's basic law, and so that will continue to be an issue.
Thank you, Larry, and I co-sign everything you just said. As part of our boarding school initiative, Secretary Holland and I visited different communities across the country and did these listening sessions with people who went to boarding schools and their family members. And they were really powerful and emotional. And it was very difficult every time to sit and listen to people talk about the worst things that had ever happened in their lives. And I remember at one of these, we were at Rosebud, South Dakota, at one of these listening sessions, and we were driving back to Rapid City after, and one of the people who works at the Department of the Interior, who was traveling with us, was really upset on the ride back and had said, "I never knew. I never knew. Nobody ever taught me any of this. This was a grown person who works at the Department of the Interior. Said, I never knew that anything like this happened in our country or that it was federal policy." And so it's going to take a concerted amount of effort to make sure it's part of our education. But the flip side of that is, I mentioned my son. He's studying to become a teacher at Michigan State, which has got a really good teaching program. And it was earlier this year, at the start of the spring semester, I got a text from him while I was at work, and it was a picture of the screen in his class, his teaching class at Michigan State. And up on the screen was the cover of the Federal Indian Boarding School report that had my name on it. And I talked to him about it, and he said that it wasn't a, like Native Studies class. This was his teaching class. That he said that day was about using that work as an example of how to incorporate truthful parts or the truth about our history into the teaching of history for high school students. And it was made me really proud, and I immediately shared it with Joaquin because he's done so much of the work on this initiative. So we have on the one hand people who are just shocked and floored when they hear the truth, but now we've got, despite all the stuff you see, people talking about nonsense about what people should and shouldn't know, we see teachers, schools teaching kids how to learn about this stuff and then how to teach about it when they get into the classroom. And I think that's a positive thing, but it's going to require that on a large scale.
Well, I'll give you one encouraging spot, is that a component of our work from this symposium is to create lesson plans that will be available on our virtual hub of learning tools. So we're trying to do a little piece in this.
Thank you.
Okay, we are at the end of our time, and so this is a great last question. So for each of you, you have been doing this work. It's been difficult, it's been tireless. There have been some moments when you have probably, put your head down and said, what am I doing? What are some things that you can say right now, this is what I will remember that I did that made a difference? Larry, you want to start?
Yes, sure. How do you answer that question? I think twofold, I think, for me, being a tribal chairman with my tribe and knowing our history, and to start with my father, in his time, he was born Ponca, and he's also Rosebud Sioux, but in his time, my grandmother, his mother's tribe, she was Ponca. And in his time, he was born Ponca and then told he wasn't Indian. And to live through that and be there, I was born not Ponca. Ponca didn't exist. And in 1990, when we got reinstated, to know that he saw that full circle, and my children were born Ponca, and to see the work that my elders and those that came before me did until I came into office in 2002, and then to see how much we've grown based on that. And when you look, really, truly rebuilding a tribal nation, and to be part of that is something I'll always be proud of. And it's really helped me transition to this role, knowing that we have 574 federally recognized tribes that NCAI represents. And they're all we're not monolithic. We all have similar issues, but we all have our specific issues that we deal with. And to bring that collective voice together and know that that's what NCAI represents, and to be part of that is something I'm very honored to be in and do. And so I tell my staff, and they probably get tired of hearing it, but both of those for me, I get to do this. We get to do this work on behalf of our people, and that's a privileged few, and to be in that position, I always say there's never a dull day, and there's always something going on, but when you get to bring that together and work with so many amazing people across the agencies, different programs, people that want to help Indian country, work on behalf of Indian country, and be part of that collective effort is really humbling and just an honor to be part of.
Brian.
I'm going to share just, I promise they will be brief. Not a lawyer telling you it's going to be brief and then not. Just two things. First, people say when you sign up for jobs like tribal leadership or you work for the government, it's thankless. And I have found that to be just unequivocally false. It's hard to come up with examples of when you get to see people express their gratitude for the work that you get to be a part of, because it's meaningful to people's lives, and it's been an honor to do this. A year and a half ago, I was up at the Fond du Lac Band in Minnesota for an event to return a piece of land along Lake Superior. It was actually over the border in Wisconsin, and so the governors of both states were there. There were senators, and this was a former burial site that was taken from the tribe in the early 1900s, so that the city of Superior, Wisconsin, could engage in waterfront development and build a big shipping pier. And it was, very painful for the tribe. And then the graves were dug up and moved, and many of them were never found again. And so that land was returned back to the tribe, and just the joy and the feeling of being at this big celebration of how, even though everybody there had not been born when that had happened, the sense of pain is still real for people, and just the feeling of joy and the dancing, and it was just a very joyful experience. And I'll never forget Chairman Dupy from the tribe spoke up and he said, our land always seems to disappear with the stroke of a pen, and it always takes us decades or centuries to get just a piece of it back. And but how meaningful that work was, that he had continued on what had been begun by many of his predecessors. So that was rewarding. The second is, in this job, I try to make sure that I'm visiting communities that don't get people in high-ranking government positions. I know what it's like to come from a tribe that is way out of the way, where people just don't come to. And we visited Alaska and did a tour of 7 or 8 different villages. I remember we flew into this community in Southwest Alaska called St. Mary's. You can only get there by plane or by boat. And it was early in 2022, and we were going to spend the night there in this little dorm. And they had the community meeting, and I remember the tribal leader there said that he was really embarrassed that they couldn't feed us. And as those of you who've been around Indian country know, that's customary for almost all tribes, is when you have visitors, you feed them. But he had said that because of a number of factors, including climate change, they hadn't caught a king salmon in their river in years, and that they were facing a food crisis, and that they had no food to feed us. And we said, you don't need to be embarrassed. We're embarrassed that we've put you in this position. And so our meetings ended. They had a community dance, impromptu. They invited us to that night, and there was singing and dancing, and it just felt really good. And we went back to our dorm where we were staying, and it was getting ready for bed, and there was a knock on the door. And there was this guy who had been around all day, hadn't said much, and he had a plastic bag with 4 dried strips of king salmon. And based on what we had heard all day, those had come out of somebody's food store in their house. They'd probably been saving those for years, but they wanted to share it with us. Even though they're mad at the federal government, they're dealing with all these impacts, that, like, taking away all the food that they have and just wreaking havoc on their way of life. They still wanted to share what little they had. And I will never, ever forget that. And working in this town, you can become cynical, you can become disillusioned, you can certainly become exhausted and kind of forget why you're doing this stuff. And I think back to that moment, when that quiet man offered a piece of what little he had because he felt it important to share. That's why we do this work.
We do.
Thank you.
Well, the two of you are extraordinary leaders, and we are so grateful for you being with us. As we come to a close, I do want to take a moment to thank the staff of the United States Capitol Historical Society. You sort of put it in. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Jasmine, Therese, you met Sam and Katie, who worked particularly hard on this, but you knew about this event because Jasmine Perry sent out the newsletter, and you will get a newsletter with a link to the recording so that you can share that with your folks. There's also going to be a short survey so that we can look at, what might be our next follow-on activities. We are also always have to be grateful to those partners who allowed us to do this. Wells Fargo, our presenting partner, the Chickasaw Nation, McGuire Woods. Thank you all. And as is our tradition, we have a small gift for each of you, which is a paperweight that is a replica of the Capitol, made from marble from the Capitol. Oh, wow. Fits under the congressional gift bag.
Thank you so much.
So thank you all very much for being with us. We are so grateful for your time and your attention. We hope that you will go from this place